I'm simulcasting now. But
All right, I'm gonna be
I'm gonna be in and out though.
sure. Hopefully somebody come up that ain't gonna be in and out because I know I gotta run home at a certain point.
You got what?
I know I'm gonna run home at a certain point. So
Uh,
get somebody up
well,
in
you
here.
know, if you have to end it, just end it. Then we could. Like I say I'm gonna go back at 10. So
Yeah, I probably switch to my phone when I do that though. I switch to my phone.
yeah, you can do that. Yeah, sometime I do that, but
Share my screen
they should start popping in a minute.
for sure. Share screen. My YouTube Premium.
When you're flying through the air, time stops.
This next.
Many of you were
Okay. All right, here we go. Let's play this video.
surprised at a point that I made in my last video on how Carmelo Anthony's family has actually costed Carmelo extra years in prison. So many extra years. You wanted me to expound on that further because you had not heard anyone make that point. Well, that's why I'm here. I'm giving you the perspective not of a YouTuber reacting to news, but of an attorney who's practiced for more than 20 years. This is behind the scenes info, so let's get to it. Now, let me explain on how Carmelo's mother basically sentenced her own son Carmelo to an extra 10 to 30 more years in prison and what she can do about it now to try to fix it.
Now, Trey, be mindful. Oh, what up, jerk? Be mindful. This video was a year ago. Well, he put
Gotcha.
this out.
I explained in my last video that Carmelo's mother apparently hired a family spokesperson, one Dominique Alexander. This Dominique calls himself a minister of justice, whatever that is. Dominique is a convicted felon. He's alleged to have beaten his girlfriend. Then he got a new girlfriend, and when that girlfriend left out of the apartment, the good minister grabbed that woman's 2-year-old baby and shook him until that baby got brain damage. The good minister pled guilty in that case to felony charges and was in prison. Now, this is the man that Carmelo's mom chose to speak on Carmelo and the family's behalf. The good baby shaking minister. The minister did exactly what you would expect a convicted felon to do when handling Carmelo's case. He absolutely destroyed it. How? He ostracized the most important person in Carmelo's case. Now, who is that? Is that the judge? No. Is that the prosecutor? No. The most important person alive in Carmelo's case is actually Jeff Metcalf, the father of the young man that Carmelo Anthony killed, Austin Metcalf. The father, Jeff Metcalf, is the linchpin to Carmelo's entire future. Let me tell you that in a murder case where the victim is gone, the case lives on through the victim's next of kin. When a parent has to bury his child, everyone looks to that parent to gauge how to react. Judges consciously and subconsciously look at the parent's facial expression when they're testifying on the witness stand. Prosecutors run all their plea offers through the parents. Reporters knock on the parents' doors for statements, and they aim their cameras at the parents when the verdicts drop. And the jurors, oh my goodness. The jurors hang on every word of the parents, notice every little movement, every gesture. In this case, Jeff Metcalf, the father, is not just a spectator in the case, he's the conscience of the entire community. If you win Jeff, you win all the sympathy. But if you alienate him, you can go to prison for life. Now, months ago, Jeff Metcalf, the father, he did something unthinkable. Reporters, as they always do, shoved a microphone in this grieving father's face and asked him, "How do you feel about this Carmelo Anthony?" Do you know what he said? Jeff Metcalf said, and I quote, "You know what? I've already forgiven this person. Already." Now, that is amazing. It's amazing that Jeff would have the strength to do that, because I would be incapable of that. The maturity, the wisdom, the strength, I just would not have it. Now, that baby shaking minister is not going to know this, but when a father makes a statement like that, a statement of forgiveness, the entire Carmelo team has to drop everything. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Your entire legal strategy has to change. I can tell you as an attorney that you call an emergency meeting with all the lawyers, all the family, maybe PR consultants if the family has means for that. You bring everyone together to get them on the same page and let them know that this case will revolve around one person, Jeff Metcalf, the father. So when Carmelo's mother heard what Jeff said about her son, what do you think that this lady did? She handed the microphone at a press conference to the baby shaking minister of justice. And at that press conference where Jeff Metcalf showed up to pray with the family, the baby shaking minister called the police and had Jeff kicked out. Like, can you believe it? They kicked Jeff Metcalf, who came there to pray. They kicked him out of the press conference. The entire spectacle went viral within an hour. And do you know what else? Carmelo Anthony's prison sentence was prolonged by 10 to 25 years within that same hour. Now, why do I say that? What did the family show Jeff in that instance? Jeff, the father. They showed Jeff that there was no remorse. They showed Jeff that there would be no mutual prayers. There would be no reconciliation. Showed that man nothing but hostility and aggression. The same hostility, the same aggression maybe that was at that track meet that fateful afternoon, that was under that tent. Some of you are not going to appreciate how important this father is. You just don't know how these criminal sentences work. I see your comments on YouTube and Twitter. You think, oh, this person killed that person, so put the killer in prison and throw away the key. Put him there for life. That's what you guys say. You have no idea. I will tell you that people kill people all the time, and the sentences range from insanity on the low end to insanity on the high end. Now, who controls where the sentence is going to fall? At the end of the day, it is the sentiment of the community that will decide. And in this case, Jeff Metcalf is at the center of that entire community. Now, let's do this. Let's suppose it is your first day of law school, and I am your criminal law professor. I am going to tell you some quick facts, and you tell me the sentence that you would give in this scenario if you were the jury, if you were the judge. But first, and this is important, put right now for the record what you think Carmelo should be sentenced to in the comments. Put it below. Now, here is the quiz. I want everybody to take it. Here's the first case, 4 cases. A 16-year-old in Texas, basically the same age and state of Carmelo. He gets hammered, consuming alcohol, consuming drugs. He does the whole thing. He gets behind the wheel of a vehicle. Of course, he gets into an accident. Now, here's the thing. He kills 4 people. He intentionally gets hammered and gets cooked, and then he takes 4 lives. Now, little law student of mine, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to determine how many years in prison you would give him. Ready? Go. And while you are considering your sentence, just know that in this case, the affluenza case, if you're old enough to remember, this young man, he took 4 lives. But how many years did the judge give him? Well, the judge gave him 10 years for taking 4 lives. 10 years. But here's the kicker. It wasn't 10 years of prison. The judge gave him 10 years of straight probation. This man took 4 lives and got a straight probationary sentence. Not 1 day in prison. Did you guess it? Did you guess 0 years? Now, here is the second of 4 scenarios. A football player gets hammered just the same. He gets into his Bentley, he's an NFL player, and starts speeding. Of course, he runs over a guy, kills him dead. How many years in prison did this NFL player get for the killing? Now, the victim is gone forever. You got 5 seconds to guess. How many years? And while you are considering how many years, all you football fans know that Mike Vick, the quarterback of the great Atlanta Falcons, got 2 years in prison for dog fighting. That's 2 years in prison for dogs. How many years did this NFL player get for actually killing a man? That's right. Dante Stallworth gets hammered, gets in his car, and kills a man in the street. He gets 30 days in the county jail. No prison at all. Just 30 days in jail. Mike Vick gets 2 years in prison for dogs. Now, my little law student, you ask, well, how can that be? What happened in that case? Well, I'll tell you. Dante Stallworth showed extreme remorse. He apologized. And most importantly, he reached a financial settlement with the family. Dante went into his pocket and got the family on his side. Now, let me ask you, did Carmelo Anthony's family do that? Dante slid the victim's family some money. Carmelo Anthony's family got over $500,000. Did Carmelo's mom do any of that? Did the mom even offer to pay for the funeral? Guys, I'm going to tell you, you do not know there are so many levels to criminal law. Now, 2 more quizzes to go. You're my law student, and you are guessing these sentences, but there.
This is all interesting to me. This is, I think that he's looking at this from a very interesting perspective that I didn't even think about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep playing this. Yeah, I didn't think about. Oh, I thought about the remorse part for sure. I thought I already knew that was like key to getting a favorable sentence. But he's even thinking about other angles of you could have offered them money, you could have offered to pay for the funeral, you could have offered to pay for, different things, out of the GoFundMe. So yeah, that's all interesting to me.
There are a few of you that are listening, maybe 4 to 6, that are going to get an A in my class. You're going to be the A students. You're going to say, well, Professor Lead, I can distinguish those cases. In both of those cases, yes, the defendants did kill their victims, but it really wasn't intentional because they were under the influence and they were driving. The Carmelo Anthony case is different. It was not vehicular. It was with a knife. There was direct violence. Now, if you thought of that, then you would get an A in my class. That's a great point. So let me give you a case that is a little closer to home. Now, let's take a pause from this Carmelo Anthony insanity for a second to have a quick word from our sponsor, Chapter Medicare. If someone you love is on Medicare, this...
Yo, how my mic sound? Trey, can you hear me?
Say it again.
How my mic sound?
It's a go.
Damn. Hold on, let me see what's going on with that. I just sent you the link so you can drop it for people. I'm about to try and fix my mic. Hard one trying to pull up, so.
Let me see. I just sent it to him. My bad. I'm tripping.
How that sound? Oh. How it sound now?
It's louder, but like if you have a fan, the AC on in the back, I can kind of hear that as,
What about now?
Perfect. You had a fan on, you did?
Nah, it was well, the fan it be on in here, but my
Nah,
gain
what
was
you
up
just
real
turned
high.
off now?
I just turned my gain down. My gain on my that joint was up real high. So.
Yeah, that's what had it a little. Where I can hear that little noise. I don't hear it anymore. I just sent it to him.
All right, bet. Let me get past this commercial. This noise.
For you. I've seen firsthand how confusing and frustrating Medicare can be. today. Now, let's get back to this Carmelo Anthony dumpster fire. A guy gets mad at his wife, and rightly so. He thinks that she's cheating on him. He goes and loads up his shotgun. He goes outside where she's standing. Now, she's unarmed and she's recording him on her phone. He cocks the shotgun and points it directly at her teeth. He says, "All right, goodbye. You are going to meet Jesus." And then he blows her away. She was unarmed and in Texas. Do you know who else was unarmed? Do you know who else was in Texas? That's right, Anthony Metcalf, Carmelo's victim.
Creating custom clothing with Tap Stitch is simple. Start by choosing a garment, then click Design.
Now, the jury in the case with the husband gave that man just 10 years in prison, and he is eligible for parole after only 5 years. Think about it, 5 years in prison for a straight up killing. I am positive that every single one of you would have said, lock him up for life, lock him up forever. She's a woman, she was unarmed, she didn't even hit him. And he only got 10 years with maybe 5 years to serve. Now you ask, well, Professor Lead, why so little time? Well, the defense team in that case did a great job of humanizing the husband, humanizing the killer, and getting the jury on his side. The jury didn't hate the killer. In Carmelo's case, do you think the jury would hate Carmelo if Austin's father, Jeff, pleaded with the jury for mercy, pleaded with the jury for grace, is seen praying and reconciling and crying with the Carmelo family? Everyone in that courtroom would be crying, listening to Jeff's victim impact statement. The judge would be crying, the bailiffs would be crying, the attorneys would be crying, the jury. Believe me, everyone in that courthouse would have their eyes full of tears. At the end of the day, we are all human. Carmelo would have been spared. He would have not gotten a lot of time. You can absolutely get a judge and jury on your side. You just have to know how to do it. Now, and this is the last case, and this is for all of my A students. Let's go back to the vehicular homicide cases. You think that you can get off easy by killing somebody with your car, remember? Remember when you thought, oh, well, it's because the guy who killed 4 people was driving. That's why he got 0 years in prison. Okay, that guy killed 4 people. What about a guy that killed 6 people in his car at a parade? You've got 5 seconds to consider how many years this guy would get for killing 6 people. If the first guy got 0 years in prison for killing 4 people, how many years in prison did this guy get for killing 6 people? All right, you got your answer? Don't you know that this guy got 1,000 years? 1,000. They calculated it out to like 1,067 years. He got 6 life sentences and an additional 760 years for the people that he hurt with his car. Now, how do you go from 0 to 1,000? Well, this guy got every single person in the community to hate him. Darrell Brooks never apologized to any of the family members and was hostile to everyone in the courthouse during his court case. The judge ended up blasting him. So now, my law student, you can see the importance of getting the families, getting the community on your side. It can be the difference between 0 years and 1,000 years. Is the Carmelo family doing that? Is the Carmelo family getting the Austin Metcalf family on their side by kicking out Austin's father at the press conference? It's insanity how they are handling the Carmelo case, and Carmelo will pay the price. Now, people have asked, they said, well, Lee, if you represented the Carmelo family, how would you have handled it if Jeff Metcalf showed up at the press conference? Guys, there are so many ways that this press conference could have been used to benefit not only Carmelo, but both families' entire well-being. I would have already talked to Carmelo's family about how important Jeff is to the entire.
So what I'm learning here, and what I kind of already thought I knew, is that it's not always about right, wrong, facts, right? A large portion of the what lawyers are doing is framing the narrative and controlling the narrative. Um, like that's a huge part of the case from what we're learning right now. Where everybody's been arguing facts, this, that, when a big part of his sentences would have been the narrative, you know, empathy, sympathy, these type of things. What y'all think? You, Harwin, you can hear me?
Yeah, I
Trey doing his homework, but yeah,
yeah.
what you think about that?
Uh,
I didn't catch the whole.
oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh, you
Oh no,
didn't
you
catch
could
what he
go
was
ahead.
doing. I'm gonna play some
No,
more for
I
you.
caught some of it to understand enough what you're saying. I just didn't catch the beginning, right?
Yeah, so he's been
But
framing and
what I've
he's
seen,
been. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
No, he's been essentially going through like case law, past cases, and past verdicts, and looking at the time that people have been given, and he's trying to illustrate how the narrative that's created around the victim, around the person being accused, empathy and sympathy, how these things play a huge part in sentencing, versus what we tend to like try to like argue facts and what happened and and all that type of stuff and what transpired that day. Outside of that,
Right,
what he's saying is empathizing with the victim's family, and making humanizing you to the jury. Stuff like that is one of the most pivotal parts in cases like this. And he's saying that a year ago they dropped the ball with it, and he identified it a year ago. Because this video that we're watching is from 12 months ago.
okay, I got you. He's
Yeah.
correct because the jurors are not just looking at the law. The jurors are giving their subjective opinions, and the lawyer's job is to convince the jurors that one side or the other, if you the defense or if you are the prosecutors, they try to convince the prosecutor trying to convince you that he's an elder, he's a monster. Then the defense is trying to humanize him, whether this is before or after sentence. They're trying to humanize it so that it can sway their opinion when they're coming up with the decision whether he's guilty or not, and when they're coming up with how they're going to sentence him. So if you don't do that, you in a pickle, you in a bind, you setting yourself up for failure. And that goes on to outside of the case when the media is participating. Certain media, depending on which, if it's Fox or if it's CNN or etc., will give you certain viewpoints while they're presenting the facts. And you were showing that when we was talking about it one time on Trey Show
Yeah.
about how they was reading the facts of the case, but then interjecting their opinion, trying to sway the people that's listening.
Yup.
That's the same thing
Exactly.
that you have to. Yup, that's the same thing that the lawyers have to do with the jurors. And this is why it's very important about what juror of your peers actually mean in a country that is a melting pot and has a history of racism. That's very key
Yeah.
because how could they truly empathize with you if they're not your peers, quote unquote, right?
Hmm.
And not just peers from a basic standpoint, or you're citizens of the same state. Not just peers, you're citizens of the same county. But we don't look at peers in just that sense in America. Or we wouldn't have a
Yeah.
thing called demographics that separate race. We wouldn't have whole studies and fields and universities that study the demographics and social social justice and race issues in America. It wouldn't even exist if we lived in this utopia that people want you to believe when they say juror of your peers. That's why when I went to juror of your peers, I was breaking down how it came from the Magna Carta, and it was talking about how dealing with the nobles of England, and then how that drizzled down into the American government of jurors of your peers, and how it's defined in the Constitution. Then how that is deals with us being considered citizens, and then us having to fight for civil rights and certain rights that we didn't have because we wasn't viewed as a citizen in the first place. And that is
Yeah.
key. That's not just talking about something because it's old. That affects us still right now. You see what
When
I'm
you
saying?
hear jury of your peers, right? Give me what what you would have liked that jury to look like, for, that would have been fair to you.
Not an all white jurors from, and I'm gonna go off somebody that live in that area. I'm gonna go off what Trey said. is straight from that area, and he said that those people from that area are very racist. So somebody that's full of jurors that's European descent, white Americans, how could that be considered his peers
Hold
when that
hold
group?
on, hold on. You gotta remember my question though.
Okay,
I
word
said,
it for me again.
give me the ideal jury of peers that what would that look like to you?
Right. When I'm saying is, it would be the complete antithesis or opposite of what we witnessed, because those couldn't be considered jurors of his peers per se. Subjectively, it could for somebody if they just speaking from a citizen standpoint. To me, juror of your peers, turn that down, baby. Juror of your peers would be somebody of similar race, similar background, similar culture, and including citizens. So that could have
Yeah,
been a mixture of different demographics across the board, whether
yeah.
it's gender, race, and location.
So you haven't answered my question.
I did it.
Very no. So just give me the 12. Like show me like what would it look like the 12 jurors. Give me like a idea of the 12 jurors that you would have been ideal or that would have been fair to you.
Anybody of his similar demographics, whether it's race, location, and you couldn't say, I don't think, how old you got to be a juror? I don't know. 18 or older, or is it 21?
I would assume. I
Whatever
would
age
assume
that's legal to be a juror, somebody close to his age, somebody of his same race, somebody that, of course, location, the same area that they come from. Juror of your peers.
okay. So this is what I'm looking something up just to see like what's the overall idea of jury of your peers, right?
Look up on
Um.
Cornell.com, law school,
All
Cornell.
right. All right. Cool. I just did a quick AI search, and you let me know what you think. So the jury of peers is the concept that a person accused of a crime has the right to be judged by ordinary members of their own community, people of similar standing, rather than by government officials, nobles, or the state alone. Core idea: the jury acts as a check on government power. If the state wants to punish someone, it must first convince a group of ordinary citizens that the person is guilty. Historical roots: the concept traces back to Magna Carta 1215,
That's what I
where
just said,
English
right?
yeah, where English barons secured the right that no free man could be imprisoned or punished except by the lawful judgment of his peers. It involves uh, it evolved through English common law and was embedded in the U.S. Constitution Sixth Amendment. What peers
Right.
means today: originally it meant social equals, nobles judged by nobles. In modern democracies, it broadly means fellow citizens. The jury is drawn from the general public, not legal experts or government appointees. The reason that I was curious about that is because, like, let's say I'm on trial. Um, am I supposed to expect my jury of my peers, right, to look all like me and be a similar age and come from the same particular neighborhood, or is my should my expectation be that these will be citizens who live in a local zip code, right? I wanted to
A,
know like
com-
what is really is it designed for?
a combination of both,
Okay.
of both things you said. Notice everything you just read is what I, it was a synopsis of what I said basically about what juror of peers is. So you have to put that in, you have to take into account the the race issue that's permeated throughout this country's history to present. So when we go to court from our historical standpoint, the first thing you can look at is the Dred Scott case, right? The Dred Scott case, we were not even considered to ever be a citizen because we was property. Now, then that leads on until the Jim Crow era after slavery. Then that leads to during the Black codes and Jim Crow. Then after that, the Civil Rights era, all the way up until now. Never could it be a jury of our peers because the environment that we live in, when it's just a jury full of white folks, that could never be a jury of our peers if you and I went to court. Now, could it be some white folks up there? Sure. But a, a panel full of 12 jurors, they all white, that couldn't be considered a jury of your peers. They're not from your same culture, background, and state, zip code area you come from. That's why I said it's both things that you said, not just one or the other.
Yeah, I'm a,
So
I'm a,
it could
I'm
be
gonna look
different.
deeper
It
into
could
that.
be women, men, similar race, similar culture and background. All these things that when you read was brought up. None of them people from his background. None of them people from his race. And I'm not sure about the age. I don't know their age demographic.
Yeah, I'm gonna look deeper into that cause I
Yeah,
want
in
to
fact,
know if
Dr. Candace Matthews, the lawyer, I sent something to Trader yesterday. Dr. Candace Matthews was going in about that. She's a lawyer. And she
yeah,
was talking about the same thing we talk about now, the jury. Those are not a jury of his peers, according
yeah,
to that lawyer. Now you can ask another lawyer that might have another their own certain biases, and they might say something. Yeah, it was a jury of his peers,
yeah,
but then they will be omitting the history of the racial history and past, present, and what seemingly into the future until it change. How that impacts people's decision, how we interact socially in this country. It'll be a little
yeah.
delusional.
I dig it. Okay, I guess next point that I wanted to make, I definitely think this is the problem that I have with uh with a lot of the decisions that I see being made by a lot of our people is I think we tend to make a lot of short-sighted decisions. Like I think with this whole case, I don't think it was a lot of strategy involved. Because at least from my perspective, when he came to try to like pray with them, I know for me, I'd have been like, oh shit, like the person that my son just killed, dad, would like would like to pray with us. I know I would have took that opportunity to try to kind of bring it together. I don't know what do you think, Harvin? Because it's a lot of black people who probably be like, nah, fuck that nigga because whatever reason. But I don't think that would have been a smart move.
To say F that in context of praying with him,
Yeah, I would have.
I
I
would
would have.
understand anybody if they chose to not to, and I would understand if they chose to pray with him. I mean, his son lost his life, regardless if you like it or not. I mean, we got to be reasonable. You
Yeah,
got to
no,
look
I'm
at.
I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
that when the white man came to pray with the family of Carmelo, Carmelo's family chose not to. I think somebody removed him from where they were, and they chose not to do that. Do you think that was a misstep?
Did that happen in public?
Yeah, it was. I think it was public.
I can make an argument that if it could be a misstep if they didn't or did. It depends on how you view it, because like you was just talking about with the media, when you're trying to make your, in this case, their son, who was the defendant, trying to humanize him. When they look at people, they look at their background. They like, hey, look at their parents. Look how they act. Look, that's why he's a. That's why he should be going to prison. Look how he was raised. See, that would be a positive in that sense. Somebody else could argue that nah, that don't look good for another reason, from the opposite, from the other perspective. So that's a good question. A touchy question is a good question. I
Yeah,
don't have the right answer for that. I don't think there's no right answer.
yeah. I know. For me, I'd have took every opportunity to apologize to
But I'm going on mute.
the
Drop off my
family
daughter, man.
for sure. Trey, how about you? I know I would have took every opportunity to you on the phone, all right? I took every opportunity to apologize to the family, to the man, because at the end of the day, no matter what happened, he lost his son, and my son was responsible for it. So I really want to be, caring too much about the details outside of once, because nothing. It'd be different if it was a little bit more clear cut that he was protecting his life. I mean, that he was like that Austin was trying to kill him or something like that. Then it would have been different. I can understand the beef, but that wasn't the case. So I'm gonna play a little bit more.
case. Hopefully, the Carmelo family would have already communicated with Jeff numerous times, expressing remorse, expressing sorrow, offering apologies for the incident. And if Jeff shows up at that press conference, guess what? We are not having a Carmelo press conference anymore. We are having a joint press conference. And guess what else? Jeff Metcalf gets the microphone first. He gets the spotlight. We stand behind him while he talks. He gets the first words and he can talk for as long as he wants. Now, a few of you might say, well, what happens if he goes off the rails? What happens if he starts saying bad things about Carmelo? Well, good. Let him say it. He's not saying anything that we all haven't felt. And you know what we do? We stand there behind him and we take it. We take our loss with grace and patience and understanding. This man just lost a son. We are taking all of his heat. We know that the jury is going to see that too. The jury is going to be watching our demeanor while this man is up there blazing us. And after he's finished, we get on the microphone. What do? We express our understanding of his words. We express how justified he is in feeling everything that he feels. All parents can understand where this man is coming from. We thank him for his strength to join us. We tell everyone that we welcome this and all future opportunities to listen to Jeff. We express remorse at the circumstances again, and we apologize for the circumstances again. And you know what we do then? We shut up. We end the press conference right there. We don't go on to put the blame on racist white people. We don't go on to keep claiming self-defense. We don't need to argue self-defense at the press conference. The attorneys, if they need to, can argue that in court. Blaming white people and screaming self-defense gets us nowhere. We have to be intelligent for once in our lives. We end the press conference on the best note possible. The jury is going to see it. If the press conference goes off the rails, it's not going to hurt us because, again, everyone can understand where Jeff is coming from. And Jeff is always free to say those things anyway, inside the press conference or out. So we take the risk. But you know what? Because of what Jeff expressed in the past and because of the man that Jeff Metcalf is, I bet that press conference would not have gone off the rails. I would bet that it would have been beautiful. And like Jeff said, we would have prayed together and sought reconciliation together. And that would have been the start of getting so many years off Carmelo's prison sentence. So what needs to happen going forward? If the family hired me, the lead, to consult with them on this case, here's what I would tell them. First, and this is number one, fire the baby shaking minister of justice. Fire that man immediately and publicly. Let everyone know that he is no longer on the team. We've got attorneys now. We've got the lead consulting now. We definitely don't need baby shaking convicted felons representing us. Second, I would appoint Jeff, the father, to choose a new spokesman. I'd tell him to think of someone like a retired pastor, a real pastor, or a retired judge with impeccable standing. We are giving Jeff the control of this because Jeff is the person who can do the most to help Carmelo and to heal the community. Third, I would tell the family, Carmelo Anthony's family, to cut a check to Jeff immediately for restitution of the funeral. Then give him some more money for counseling, maybe some more money for a memorial. I'm thinking at least $50,000. And here's the thing, we do it quietly. We don't tell a soul. It'll show Jeff our commitment, and maybe Jeff will mention it to the community later on. But even if he doesn't, fine. We still give him the money privately, and we give it to him right now, 24 hours. Then I would also set up a new GoFundMe, and I would add Jeff as a co-trustee to that. The new GoFundMe would be for a scholarship scholarship fund in Austin's name. And we, the Carmelo family, make the first contribution. I'm thinking maybe another $50,000. Now, the Carmelo family has already collected $500,000, and some of that's going to be used on the lawyers, even though apparently Carmelo applied for a free lawyer, but we'll talk about that in another video. So the family can afford to give $100,000 to the man who can help their son the most. It's an investment in Carmelo and towards communal reconciliation. Guys, as you can see, there is so much that goes into a criminal case, and Carmelo's mother is...
Venus, what you think? Yo, somebody in the comments, Inuit is in the comments, and Inuit, so when I read what you're saying, it almost sounds like you're stupid, right? But I don't think that's fair, and I think you deserve an opportunity to speak your point of view before I just judge what it looks like on the outside. And I would love for you to come and click the link and speak your piece. But looking at what you're saying, I could almost never trust you to give any type of sound advice for a lot of things. Venus, what you think?
Hey y'all. I was just thinking, I feel this is unfortunate for everybody, first of all. Even the McCaff father, like everybody. But Carmelo's parents seem to like never had a fair chance from the beginning, now that I think about it. Because nobody's anticipating their child doing something like this. So I understand they probably just sought counsel from who and where they thought, you know? But I like from the people they affiliated with in the beginning down to the attorney, just seems like all wrong decisions. But again, like who can be prepared for something like this? But I just think like that's what is the most unfortunate thing that affected his sentence the worst. Like the lawyer and these like community activists or whatever these people were that they decided to get with. Like, it just sucks.
Trey, post the link on your joint.
And I like the advice that the lead attorney, and this is what I mean though, like this is somebody who knows what he's doing. Most civilians, we're not conditioned to think this way, but you see how he's thinking about optics and like all the, we wouldn't know that, but the right counsel around you knows to tell you these things, right? So yeah, it just sucks that they didn't seem to at any point have good counsel around.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Is it seems like they just been like ill-advised. You know, a lot of what they call them snake oil salesmen. They come, they try to get your money, and they don't actually give you what you were asking for in return. So a lot of it is probably due to them just not being very well educated on what they was going through and how to seek good counsel, how to vet good counsel, you know, all that type of stuff, which is crazy. Yeah. Even down
Someone
to the first
said they
guy
have
that
48 hours. Is that
48 hours for what?
To hire an attorney? I heard that somewhere. I don't know if that's true.
Nah, that's not true.
Oh, okay.
Nah, that sound crazy. But yeah, I think shit, I lost my point. But yeah, I'm gonna finish the rest of this out. Yeah, I'll have one back too.
So
and Trey, drop the link, Trey.
Ignorant in hiring a baby shaking minister of justice than hiring someone with true knowledge and experience and wisdom. Do you think that it's possible for Carmelo's mom to turn this around and get Jeff on her side, on Carmelo's side? Or do you think that it's just too late? Let me know in the comments below.
You don't have to answer that question. I'll answer the question.
That's interesting how he said, do we think it's possible for his mom to turn it around? Wonder why no mention of the dad. I wonder what he know about they situation that I don't know.
Well, yeah, why is he only focused on her? Because weren't they always together at the public appearances?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe his mom the only one that speak. Maybe his dad never talked or something. I don't know.
I want to say this too. If the person that my child deleted father showed up, Is it normal to kind of be on guard and like scared because you don't know what kind of energy they're coming with? So maybe you're just like want to keep your distance because you just don't know.
No,
Because that's such
that's
an
that's fair.
unexpected thing, you know?
That's fair for sure. But I think they had a representative communicate to him, and I'm if he came to pray, I'm pretty sure he would have let them know, maybe, that I came to pray with y'all or something like that. I don't know, but that's the stories that he came to pray with them, and also I think he publicly forgave Carmelo Anthony early on,
Is
from
that
what
story a
I.
fact? Like we seen that? That's on video.
I mean, I don't. So I think it is, but I'm gonna tell you what I do. I trust the lead attorney, and I don't think that he would say that as a lawyer if it wasn't true. Now I could be wrong, but I'm going to trust his word. And I also heard it other before, but he said it in a video that pretty matter of factly that it happened.
Oh, it happened. I heard about it when it happened. I remember it. I'm just wondering, like, if somebody was really out for revenge, they said anything to get next to you. That's how my mind would just be kind of paranoid. Like, this man
Yeah,
might want to hurt me. I don't know. By his kid.
yeah,
Rightfully so, right? So,
yeah. I just in retrospect, it just all seems like bad decision after bad decision. Um, at least for me, I understand that, but I would have wanted to. I don't wanted to meet the dad. I don't wanted to meet the mom. I don't wanted to apologize. You know, um, because at the end of the day, like we all just parents, right? Let's say his kid was a bully. You know, like, and let's say they tried to stop him from being a bully. It's like at the end of the day, it's like we can only do but so much. And my son, let's say he wasn't a bully, and my son killed him. And he was overzealous and killed him. It's like I'm at work right now, and my son just killed somebody. So I think grace on both sides of like we just all trying to figure it out, and we can only do but so much as far as like being controlling our kids' actions to that degree. Um, so I would have wanted to meet his dad, and I would have wanted to apologize and just kind of give him my condolences and just try to be there for them. You know,
you know what I'm thinking?
what's that?
Like him showing up there, right, to pray. All right, so clearly him and the mom, the twins, the Metcalf mom, they're not together, right? You never seen them together this whole
I
time.
never seen her. Yeah,
So I don't think they have a good relationship. Okay. So I think in that moment he really was trying to find like some comfort somewhere and he can't find it with the mom. So I think he came there looking for like some comfort and it's probably like 10 times worse now that I think about it, like getting rejected by those people in that
yeah,
moment made things like a million times worse.
yeah, yeah. Absolutely. Let me
Like
see if
I
I can
could see
post
how
this
he
link.
went from forgiving to like I hate them, like just that quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can how I can oh, I can pin it. All right, I just pinned the link to the bottom, so hopefully people can see it. Um, Anyway, I pinned the link. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know who page you on. You might be on Trade page, but I pinned it on my side. Everybody hates Mont. Um, but yeah, man. And the crazy thing is like, cause I think it's it's some people out there who wouldn't want to talk to you at all, right? Who might almost put a fucking what is it called, a restraining order against you. You can't communicate to them during this case. So like even them having access, I think was just a great opportunity. Because some people be like, "Yo, you killed my son. Fuck you all the way to hell. Don't talk to me. I'm not willing to listen to your perspective." Um. So yeah, man. But how do you? And it's like the other
You
thing is
know,
like a
some people
double
are
edged.
professional fakes. You know, some
You
people
said
do that just to make it good.
you said some people do what?
You know, some people are professional liars, professional actors. They do that in front of the media just to make it look good.
Well,
Some
like
people might
trying to go
do
and
it.
pray with the family.
Yeah,
Yeah, for
probably.
sure. But in the in the interest of like, let's say controlling the narrative, right? I understand how you people may feel like it's powerful for me to be like, fuck you, you can't come inside of here. You trying to you trying to look a certain way in front of the media, right? But it's like,
Right.
why you not playing that game too?
Exactly. That's why I said it's a
You
good
know?
question when you asked it initially, because how the
Yeah,
media can make it look, how you might make your son look more human, because to them he's
exactly,
not human at all right now. He's a monster to a large
exactly,
public.
exactly. How do y'all feel about the racialization of the case? Because on one hand, I think it was good because he got all of that money from it, and he could use that money to, help, give some money to the family, pay for lawyers and all that type of relocate, right? All of those type of things. But on the other hand, I think it could have added some negative fuel to the case. What do y'all think?
Uh, I do still think there is a racial element, even though I understand people are never going to admit that, but it is there.
Mm-hmm.
But in hindsight, yeah, I think it was a bad decision, especially because of what the lead attorney said, like following the father's lead. And so I heard him say in his rant the other day that he then said, "This is not racial. Don't racialize it." So if that's what he was saying in the beginning, then they should have just kind of followed suit. Because if he wasn't, he's the victim, right? The victim's dad, and he wasn't even making it racial, then it wasn't wise for black people to do that because uh your so the black kid is the one who did delete somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So don't why are we pulling a race card in this? I don't know. Kind of confusing. Like I do understand because it's a thing, but like I could see the other side looking at you like the audacity. You're not even a victim right now, but you're making it like you're some racial victim.
Yeah. What you think, Harlan?
I don't think we have to make it anything. That's just the climate of this country. But the narrative that someone is making it a racial thing is that same argument of reverse racism. Like we didn't create the environment of of the race relations in this country, and it would be delusional in one aspect, but it'd be very strategic in another to say, hey, this is not race. Let's not make it about that. Even though the lawyer may say that out loud, but he might know opposite in the public. Again, it's just good marketing in the media to try to make the the, the prosecutor's family, who are the victims in this situation, look more human and get more empathy. Back to your main point when you were talking about empathy and sympathy from the swaying the jurors and swaying the public
Yeah.
in the entire situation. So it's not anyone making it about race. It just is what it is.
Mm. I, um. I think this case immediately from the beginning it went into a almost like a racial aspect that I think before we even had the evidence, even though if obviously one boy is white, one boy is black, I think we went down that route. I know me personally, um, I like what lead attorney was talking about, but also I think we gotta be mindful that when it comes to strategy, it's way more white people in this country than it is black people. And probably even in that community, there's probably way more white people than black people, right? So if you're going to go black versus white, right, and at the end of the day, you want a favorable outcome, I think if you can avoid black versus white, it just makes sense. So, for example, I would have liked to, if we had a strong self defense angle, I would have, I would have went with the strong self defense angle because I know that like the self defense community, the Second Amendment community, I know how hard they go to bat for certain things. And I don't know if that was an option. Like I would have talked to counsel, see like, yo, how do you think about this, right? Because then instead of having a bunch of white people against you, maybe you would have had a bunch of white people on your side for the self defense aspect. Even though I think what the lead attorney was talking about was the best option, but it's just another angle. What's up, Jerk?
What's good, man? How's everybody doing?
Good. Man, I thought you just called him Jerk until I read his name. I'm like,
My, you ever thought about background music? There's some in your StreamYard.
Oh yeah, you want me to play some Black Room music?
It just sounds better, like real low, like volume
Yeah, let me
six.
play
But
some real low.
it like fills in the silence. It's just silent when nobody's talking.
Okay, I'll just play some of the music I got in the background. Um, yeah, Drake, what you think?
Yeah, the question you asked, man, I think people did jump to the race thing, and I think, man, hiring a good lawyer, he'll point you in that direction, because he's gonna look at the area, he's gonna look at the demographics, then he's gonna break it down like, hey, man, this is our strategy, like you were saying, and I think that's was the issue with this case. Like you said, there wasn't a lot of strategy that went into it, because that's why I was in the chat. I was asking, because I didn't really follow this case too much, but I think K Clarity was saying it was like only 10% black. So yeah, it's like when you in that area, yeah, you gotta pivot, to a different strategy, because the numbers ain't on your side. So yeah, I definitely think like that a lawyer missed an opportunity with that.
Rush, what's up? What up, Rush?
Yo, what up? Salute, was popping.
What it do?
What you think, Rush?
I think everything you mentioned about like the whole more percentage of white folks than black folks within that area where he got to deal with the court system. I think you're real accurate on that. I mean, so it's unfortunate that he doesn't have enough money to, hire an actual attorney to take it to trial. That's why he got hit with the book like 35 years and all that. And I mean, his best bet is to, I guess, try to file an appeal, and hopefully, he'll have enough funds by then to, hire an attorney and fight the trial. To my personal opinion, I don't think he should be doing any time. All of that was self defense. I mean, you violate somebody, man. Hey, man, they got the right to defend themselves, man.
I see that perspective. I see both sides. So from one perspective, like I think when people hear 35 years and they be like, "Oh, that's crazy," right? I'd be like, is it really that crazy?" Because at the end
Well,
of
I
the
mean,
day,
hold on, wait a
yeah, go
minute,
ahead.
yo. When we talking about prison politics, man, you behind the wall with all them walls, man. You can catch tickets, man. You know what I mean? You catch some static over there, man. You might have to cut
Yo,
somebody in
Rush,
there. You catch a
Rush,
ticket in there.
Rush, you gotta
That's
speak English
additional
for me,
time
bro.
for you. You know what I mean?
Rush, you gotta speak
That's
English for
additional
me.
time for your life sentence or whatever. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yo, by him catching 35 years, man, yo, he's kind of cooked, man. His best bet is to try to, like I said before, file the appeal and hire a decent attorney, man. You know what I mean?
No, no. What I was saying was, and I heard part of what you were saying, but you use a lot of slang that I'm not familiar with, like jail slang. I ain't never been to jail, so I don't know all of it. So we can get back to that. But what I was saying was, I think he did kill somebody, right? And the idea that it was clear cut self defense, I think that's exaggerated. That's like very like y'all tripping with that it was like clear cut self defense. I think it can be argued self defense, but the idea that it was just so clear that he was defending himself, I think that's a little overboard. I don't know what y'all think.
I'm gonna give you some pushback. Nah, I don't think so, man. He's a little dude. He weighs about 130 pounds. Two of them, the white boys, you know what I mean? They got some size on them, you know what I mean? And the white boys, they got a reputation of bullying and beating up people. So it's only right for him to defend himself, man. You know what I mean? Like, hey, man, yo, as a man, yo, you keep your hands to yourself, man. You won't have those kind of issues. You know what I mean?
But Rush, what you're doing is you're making an argument for self defense, right? The idea that it's clear cut
Yeah.
self defense is what I'm pushing back on. You're making the argument that these guys were bullies. They knew karate. He beat up his dad. All that other stuff.
I
That's
ain't
you
say
making that
I ain't say
argument.
they knew
Well, you ain't throw that in there,
karate. I
but I'm just
said,
saying.
you
I'm saying
know,
that's how you make an argument.
130, like those kids are twice as, and that's two. It's not like he wanted to shoot a fair one. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Two dudes, man. both in the
Yeah.
football team. 130. See, you can't empathize on that because you're a big dude. You about what 6'6", right?
Oh, I
You know
ain't
what I mean?
that
You could
tall.
take a couple dudes. You know what I mean? You could take a good ass whooping. You know what I mean? But not the dude that's 130 pounds, man. Don't
Yeah.
get a
So
few ribs broken jaw yourself, man. You
yeah.
know what I mean?
So yeah. No, I dig it. But still, even if you're smaller than another guy, right? You, the idea that it was a clear cut self defense is hyperbolic to me. I don't know, Jerk. What you think?
Yeah, I don't think it's clear cut, like you said, because man, I'm just thinking back in high school, man. I don't know too many of these incidents happening. You know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of fights, so this ain't a typical situation that plays out. So I don't agree too much with Rush about the size thing, because I think with kids, man, typically you just get a fight. So yeah, I don't. That's where I agree with you. It's not clear cut, but like you said, you could still make the case. But yeah, as far as like clear cut, yeah.
Yeah, you can make an argument for either side. You can make an argument. Honestly, I'm gonna say on its face, it leans towards murder. I'll say that on its face, if you just give like the the most bare facts possible, kid was told to leave. He was pushed. He stabbed somebody. On its face, it looks like, just plainly put, it looks like murder. But I get that you can make an argument for murder and you can make an argument for self defense. Does what do you?
And
Yeah, what do you think?
real quick, Mon, one thing I agree with you on a sense is because where the area is. Because like I said, if it's a suburb area, they're not used to a lot of that shit. That's why I think a lot of people don't understand. You know, I grew up on Myrtle Ave in Brooklyn. You know, so this was, you know, that's a bad area. So I think you place this in that area, it probably wouldn't have went down different. But when you talk about like a area like that, yeah, that's not the norm. So I think that sometimes impacts some of these cases.
No, that's a fact.
I think it was
You think it was what?
like self defense.
You think it was on its face? You think it was clear, clear as day?
Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, the way they described it was like he was like kind of boxed in, right? Like, oh wow, sorry, it's like thundering real bad right now in Brooklyn. But anyway,
Yeah, we heard
uh,
that, boy.
that scared me. But, what am I gonna say? Yeah, from the explanation I heard, he was like boxed in,
Yeah.
like a like sitting in the bleachers, and then they're like towering over him. So the only way out is through, right? I gotta get through these people who I know I can't beat, and then one of them just put their hands on me. And so I'm thinking in his mind, he's trying to not just get torn to shreds. So he does something drastic to like get them off, like like
Mm.
even the playing field, I guess, but just hit the right spot. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, so I think that's going back into making the argument for self defense, but I don't think that's like clear cut self defense. So clear cut self defense is somebody tried to rob me, I shot them, right? Like from the just you don't have to go much into detail. You like, oh, you was defending yourself. Somebody tried to rob you, right? When in this case, when I first heard it, I heard that there was an incident where a man, a boy pushed another boy and then he stabbed him, and he. So that's like we got to dig into that to really decipher what's actually going on.
Yo, let me interject real quick. If somebody
Yeah.
were to rob
Wait, didn't he
somebody
get
right in the
jumped?
state of New Jersey,
Well, you said did he get jumped?
Sorry, I don't know. I didn't keep up with all the details, but they said there was some mysterious video that they didn't show, but like supposedly he got jumped. I don't know. Is that true?
I don't think that's true. Um, I don't think that's true, but we can look more into that too. What was you saying, Rush?
yeah, I was saying in like every state is different. Like for example, in the state of New Jersey, somebody break into your crib and they trying to rob you. You have your firearm on you, and you were to off the person. Like that won't hold up in court. Like you will do some time behind that. You know what I'm saying? So that example is not really like kind of like a perfect example to use that as an actual analogy for the kid stepping to him and getting stabbed. It's pretty much the same thing.
Nah, that's a
Yeah.
little different because somebody robbing you in your house, that presents a
If
different level of threat.
if
But
you're
when
in
you're
the
talking
state of
about like a pushing
if you're
match,
in the
Rush,
state of New Jersey and somebody break into your crib and you shoot him and you off him, you're getting locked up for that.
Oh,
You know what I'm
no,
Rush,
I agree
saying?
with you, but I'm saying like if you argue like, hey, I was defending myself, nobody gonna be against you. The state
I don't
might,
agree
but
with
everybody's
Rush.
gonna understand. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, Rush, you tripping.
I'm telling you the laws of New Jersey. You know what I'm saying?
No,
New
no.
York and New Jersey pretty strict. So
Yeah,
he's
Real
right.
strict.
but
You know what I'm
he's
saying?
talking about inside of your home, right? Where you can have a weapon, you can have a license. You have the right to have something in your home. You might have to get a license in Jersey to do that, but once you have that and you call whatever happens, you call the police and you make your argument. If that person had a weapon, of course, right, or something like that, then yeah, you can make that argument. I don't find it to be. I'm gonna look into the case law though. Yeah, that sounds crazy to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, go ahead and look it up now. It'll let you know. You know what I mean?
It says
What up?
in New Jersey, you cannot legally shoot someone for trespassing unless there is an immediate threat to your life or serious bodily harm.
But that's trespassing, though, because you can trespassing is you just coming on my property. Technically, that's trespassing. We can be outside, and of course, I can't shoot you for trespassing. But if you're, you would have to claim something else that.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways to get around that, but I'm not going to disclose that information online. You know what I mean?
Hey,
The nigga
I ain't gonna lie,
crazy.
Mont.
Nigga.
I ain't gonna lie, Mont. It's the same. Chill out. It's the same thing in Tennessee. When we went to go get our gun license, they told us, they was like, if somebody break into your house, you got to give them your whole house. Or they were like, if it like they break into your house and you go down, like, let's say you upstairs and they downstairs, you go downstairs and confront them and you end up killing them, you more liable to go to jail for that. They was like, because they're gonna go to court and ask you, on the way downstairs, did you pass a window? Was there any type of way you could have got out of that situation before ending up in that confrontation? So
Mhm.
when he said what he said with New Jersey, I can't believe it. They said it, and the dude in the gun law, not the gun law, the dude that were doing the gun class, he was like, the gun laws is really put in protection to protect the criminals. He was like, you'd be surprised. A lot of the laws that's out here right now protects criminals. And he was
You-
saying, like, it's gonna be impossible for you to prove that if you passed a back door, an attic, or anything. He was like, the best thing you could do is just give the person your house and barricade yourself in one room with your whole family. If that person come into that room, you got every right to kill them.
Okay, so I mean, if I'm hearing you correctly, they're saying that if somebody breaks into your house and you go down and you go with the thought of killing that person, and you go hunt them down to kill them, then you're gonna have to be you're gonna be fighting a case.
Nigga,
As
they said
opposed
if you
to
go down there, period. Like, if he was saying, like, if you hear a bump in the noise, et cetera, and then you realize, oh, somebody broke into my house, you tell your wife, hey, stay here, and you go downstairs and see what's going on. Let's say you're not going down there with the intent to kill them at all, but it just so happens you end up killing them. You can still be held liable for that.
because they I guess they view that as you seeking out
Yeah,
danger.
yeah.
Interesting. I'm gonna look more into that because I find that I look into things. When other people misread words and they go over certain things, I catch those details. So I like to look at stuff for myself, just in case you missing a detail that I need to understand.
Yeah, for sure, for
Yeah.
sure. I'm just saying what they was telling us in the gun law, in the gun class. Like, he showed us a video where he got put on trial because some people tried to rob him by Walgreens, and he ended up killing the boys or whatever. And he told us about it, showed us everything, et cetera, and how he got off was because the Walgreens video was actually working on the side, and it showed where the boys that robbed him was actually the aggressor in the situation. They pulled guns out on him trying to rob him, and and you heard the video where he warned them, can y'all leave? Y'all can take the car. Dude, y'all ain't gotta touch me. Man, they tried to get to him. Put the gun, he end up, drawing up on them or whatever. So it's different nuances to that. But I will say different states got different type of laws And I think people are conflating they laws that they have in their state with Texas state laws. And Texas laws is way totally different.
Yeah, I think that in that situation, you probably got to tell them I was already downstairs when they broke in. You know,
Yeah.
they broke in. I was right there. You know, I told him to leave. He pulled a gun, shot him. Right. So maybe it's just all about knowing, knowing the game. Because once somebody dead, that it's only one side to the story, right? So
That's why
you
they
just
also that's why they also say, man, in Tennessee, bro, if you happen to kill somebody, don't flee the scene. Stay until the police come because it's your word versus theirs, and a dead man can't talk. But if you say you innocent, what you run for? Why you ditch the weapon? Why you leave the premises? That's how a lot of people. That's how a lot of people beat murder charges here.
you
Like,
know that's interesting. Because one time, I I was somebody had pulled a gun on me on when I was picking my daughter up, right? But like right when I was outside, I guess he probably thought I was, he thought I was I could have been somebody else or whatever. So we kind of got into a little back and forth. He like, yo, what you doing here? I'm like, what you mean what I'm doing here, nigga? Like, mind your business. I was just put double parked, like waiting for my daughter, and he pretty much was like, what? Who you talking to? And I'm like, I'm talking to you. So he pretty much flashed his gun at me or whatever. So I pull off, right? But at the time I didn't have my license to carry at the time, so I didn't have my gun or nothing like that. But I always think back, if I had my gun, would I have shot him? And if I did, I feel like I would have fled the scene because I was on his block, and I'm almost positive, like his homies would have came outside, right? So I probably would have got out of that area and called like the police, but I definitely would have left. But yeah.
I don't know. When it comes to this situation, the only thing that bothers me is, man, I believe that in any state, any city, any town in this country, it's gonna be hard to solidify self-defense when you the one with the weapon and they don't have one. I think that's on any case.
Yeah, that makes sense. It depends. I guess it depends on cause if you elderly, that's a lot easier for you, right? If you older, and somebody else is a lot younger and bigger. Hold on, import. Hold on, let me put this over there. What piss from? That's funny. No, that definitely ain't happening. But I definitely pulled off though.
I ain't gonna lie, this whole Carmelo Anthony is a whole total shit show on both sides, bro.
You said both sides?
Yeah, like it's on the when I ain't talking just race side. I'm talking about the moral ethics side of it and the reality of it. Like it's shitty on all sides, bro.
Okay. All right, hold on. I'm about to play his dad Crash Out. Let's see if I can find his Crash Out. Let's see. I'm trying to find it raw. Pause. I'm just trying to find like the raw full ultimate Kev dad gets heated during response.
Man, you not from New York, man. Stop saying pause.
No Diddy then. That's better. Well, hold on. All right, let me play this. Play his Crash Out.
So, Mont, real quick, you think the 35 years is too long?
I don't know as much about the cases of other people. I'm one of those people that like I take everything with a grain of salt that I hear, and I know I haven't looked into the transcripts and the witness testimonies and all that type of stuff. But based off of the grasp that I think I have, I don't think 35 years is crazy, and if he only got 4 years, I wouldn't find that to be crazy either because of both of the angles. I can see quite obviously how it could be murder, and I can see how it could have been some form of self-defense and considered a manslaughter. What I wanted less time for him, even though I didn't have it. You know what? The difficult part is I didn't get a chance to look at him. I didn't get a chance to see him or nothing like that. So I don't know how remorseful he was to kind of judge his intentions. right? So
Okay.
it's difficult for me to say that, and I think that it's probably difficult for a lot of other people to say it, even though they've been saying it this whole time. But I haven't really. Have y'all seen that, like how he's been handling this and stuff like that?
Who, Mello?
Yeah.
He ain't really been talking. It's like I wouldn't say he handled it like a G, but I can in the court you can see that he's remorseful about it. So I think he's handled it like I believe he's handled it like a person should handle it. Like I'm gonna hold myself accountable for it. 35 years is too god doggone much for that. But at the end of the day, he know he's gonna have to do some time for killing somebody anyway. But
I gotta. When y'all say that, I gotta
I don't
push
think he
back
should
on
do
that
any time.
idea, bro. Like the
man,
idea that
I don't
35
think
years
he
was
should do
too
any time.
much.
Self-defense, man.
Um, I gotta push back on that idea that 35 years is like some crazy outcome. I don't think that's a crazy outcome.
cause I'm looking from the standpoint they kids. When this situation happened, bro, we expecting people are speaking on this expecting 17-year-old kids to have foresight and hindsight. When we already know we got grown adults that don't know how to control their goddamn emotions. So you expecting kids to have foresight and hindsight on a situation where your pride, when kids have pride, whether it look like it's comfort, because this is just a
It's
confrontation
not
that escalates.
hindsight, just foresight.
You get what I'm saying? I just say,
Yeah.
but you know what I'm saying. Like I use both terms because people like to use both terms. You expect, like you expecting this, you expecting. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. It's three people. It's the people. It's four different parties. The people that was under the tent can be held responsible because y'all let that escalate to get to that point.
Yeah.
Austin can be held accountable because why are you acting like that anyway? Austin's twin can be held accountable because you allowed your twin brother to react the way they react instead of chilling him out. And then Carmelo can be held accountable because you should have just walked away when they told you to walk away instead of saying y'all ain't gonna put y'all hands on me.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't. Kids don't think like that. Kids don't think.
So
Kids
why
don't think
so?
like that. So
I
that's why I'm saying like he's a kid, bro. You expecting a
no
kid to do adult things, bro.
no no. So most kids don't stab other kids when they are pushed by the other kid.
That's true.
Um. Yeah, I think that's and it. Oh, that's a what I want to say exaggeration. I think
So were
most
you
kids
supposed
know
to
right
just
from
stand there
wrong.
and let somebody whoop your ass? You supposed
I
to
don't
just
know.
stand there and let somebody whoop your ass?
So
Two
I
dudes,
gotta
man?
no Rush. I got a line of question for you real quick. Um, and you let me know. But just answer the questions, and I'm gonna ask you another one right after you answer. So, were you ever jumped in yet before?
Of course, man.
What was your response?
Yeah, I mean, I handled the situation with my goonies. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I'm assuming your hands. I'm
You
assuming
know,
like you
man.
should.
Man, use your content clues, man. You know what I mean?
All right,
You
I'm
gave him the
assuming your
beats,
hands.
man. You know what I mean? Gave him the
Yeah.
beats, man.
Okay. So I think that's the response from most kids. Will be the way that you responded
Yeah,
to
but
getting
he
jumped to
not
somebody.
he not raising some shit like that, man. He's raising a good community, man. You know what I'm saying? By those bullies stepping to him, man. That was probably his first real altercation. You know what I mean? And that young man does not have a reputation of being a bully. Matter of fact, he's a straight A student. He's responsible. He works a job. You know what I mean? By those two tyrants stepping to that young man, threatening him because he had a biddy with him, is not just, man. He had the right to defend himself, man.
But see, that's the thing, man. People like a lot of people get that stand your ground stuff confused with self defense. Stand your ground ain't gonna justify self defense at all. It's just saying that in confrontation, you ain't gotta walk away. But understand though, just because you don't walk away, you can't scream self defense. So people gotta stop trying to combine those two. Those are two separate entities. And like I said, in Texas, it's gonna be hard to prove self defense when you got a weapon and they don't. Like that's the only thing that I said. I was telling people
So
he had a
so
weapon.
so
They didn't.
okay. So we should start raising children to be scared of bullies.
Man, you breaking up, Rush. If you asked a good question, I couldn't hear you.
Can
Man,
y'all
he
hear me
going.
now?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you
You
back
good now?
now. You back.
Okay, my bad, y'all. No, I was saying like, are we now supposed to raise kids to be timid and scared and avoid situations? Like, shouldn't he
No,
have the right to be at that tent? Shouldn't he have the right
man.
to give some pushback? Not to,
I
you know what I
mean,
mean? Like that. That's
but
what y'all telling them. You know what I mean? That's
no,
the
no, no,
message
no, no,
that
no, 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 no.
that's the message
I'm
y'all
telling.
putting out right now.
No, 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 no. That's what people are interpreting. My wife, I used to get on her about how she handled the boys. Like I used to feel like she
Hold on,
coddles them.
hold on,
But after
real
hold,
quick,
hold on, let,
guys.
let, let me say let
Uh,
me say this
uh,
right quick.
I'll go ahead.
After looking at this case and talking to her, we need to teach our boys, especially the boys, conflict resolution. That you ain't always got when you met with confrontation, you ain't got to pump your chest out and actually stand.
Nah, the way they came at him wasn't. Listen,
Sometimes
man,
walk away
man, yo,
and get
man,
out the situation. The best thing going.
the way they came at him, there was no. You can't just. It
Why
wasn't.
so?
It
That young
wasn't that
kid
kind of
that walked
stain,
away from
man.
the
Like
situation
the
at
way
the
they
store
came
with
at
the
him, it
Chinese
was
man. What happened to
serious,
him?
man.
I can't hear if
Why so?
somebody.
What happened to the young black man that walked away from the store, the
He got. He
situation at the
got.
store with the Chinese man?
I mean, you right. He got gunned down. They chased him. What they said, 130 yards. I
So
mean,
I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is it's not that simple. I agree that we need to have that conversation with our children for sure.
what conflict resolution?
Yeah, for sure. I mean that's just anybody of any race got to have that conversation. But
And
it's
it's
more
not that
nuanced.
simple. But I hate this. It's not that simple. But I wish he would have walked away because him not walking away cost him 35 years. And if they say 17 years, if they trying to appeal his case, if they can't get the appeal off, the minimum he gonna do is 17 years. But he 19. He gonna be almost 40 when he get out of jail. He ain't live life at all. So that's why I'm saying like the foresight behind it. Sometimes being a pussy can save your goddamn life.
I
But
wouldn't call it
Rush,
being a pussy,
'cause-
He
but
oh, go
I'm
yo,
ahead.
he
just
didn't
My
have the
bad.
option to be a pussy. That's what I'm saying. Like, they were serious about that. And these kids have a reputation of beating up kids, man. He's not raised to be conditioned to deal with that kind of hostility, man. You know what I mean? He's from the suburbs. He was raised right. The kid is a straight A student, man. Like he ain't. I mean, it's his first time getting into a situation like that. So we should punish him for that. Well, right now, how and I understand where you're coming from. Uh,
Why
I
so?
don't know your name. I can't see your name, but I understand where you're coming from with it. But there's some. Listen, man, we gotta stand up for ourselves, man. You know what I mean? Or we gonna end up, you know what I mean, reverting back to slavery, man. You know what I'm saying? Hell nah. Hell
I'm
nah.
saying,
Rush
I'm
the
You
saying
gotta
in
bag.
keep
that
laughing, right?
in that in,
You
for
laugh,
yourself.
but the 13th Amendment says that slavery is legal if you're in prison.
I don't buy that. Oh, I mean, yeah.
No,
Well,
it's
that's a
whoa,
different
whoa, whoa.
conversation. That's a different conversation. The
It's
prison
not
thing.
because he's
hey,
in
Yeah.
prison. Is he in prison right now?
Oh yeah.
So it's legal.
It's a lot of people in prison.
Look up the 13th Amendment. Exactly. It's sure for sure. What I'm saying is it's a relevant conversation. What Rush just said, but it's nuanced. Why so?
So,
The fact that we have to have
oh, go ahead.
conversation. Go ahead, Blue.
No, I was just saying because he
Go
said
ahead,
that
Rush.
if we don't learn to defend ourselves, we're gonna end back in prison. But if we defend ourselves like Carmelo did, we might be a higher chance that we end up in prison and
You
we end up
end up going to
slaves.
prison.
Yeah. So I think
Can
what
I,
Rush
Right.
is saying, Rush
That's
is
why I
telling
said
us
it's
how
from
to
a
be a
different
slave.
perspective.
Okay.
but can I ask Rush a question real quick?
I
Rush.
just would have went
No,
no
So
but the
so
further.
say,
fact that us defending ourselves will lead to us being a slave, but it don't do that for others, is to show you that there is no we're making up a race issue. It's clearly race already embedded in it. It's not something that we're bringing up just have wit and making excuses and complaining. The fact that we even have to have these conversations with our children, we have to have a different type of conversation than a white family have to have with their child.
That's a
Is that
fact.
true?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Can everybody agree to that?
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, I
The
think so.
fact that we have to have a different conversation is evidence that race is clearly an issue, or you wouldn't have no need to have that conversation.
Uh, you can make that argument, but you can also make the argument that it's not necessarily fully race. That it could be class, it could be demographic specifically.
Two things can
It
be
could
true,
be.
man.
What you say?
I agree. It's race and class.
Yeah. Okay.
So can I ask y'all a
Yeah,
question real
knife is
quick?
also an issue too.
Because I know
Yeah.
Rush was saying the only way to kind of fight back was the way it played out. But could Carmelo just got in the fight? Possibly he would have got jumped. Would that have been another way to handle that situation, Russ? Where you don't have to back down, but you stand your ground by fighting. Is that a possibility, Rush?
I mean, it's a possibility, but he's not conditioned to even be like that. He probably never been into a situation where he's been jumped before. You know, like come on, man. Like let's not. We're just kind of like brushing it off and just saying that this kid was wrong for defending himself, man. So you mean to tell me that young man doesn't have the right to have some type of dignity, man? The man stepped to him and called him a bitch, man. Come on, man. That
I
shit is
mean,
not right, man. He had
it's
the right
not
to
right.
off that kid, man. He had the right to
Hey,
off him, man. You know what I mean?
and see,
What
and
you
that's what
doing?
I'm saying,
Nah,
Russ.
to me it
That's
is,
why
man.
that's why I'm
You
saying
understand?
we having two different conversations. People are talking about the moral ethic standpoint behind it. You can talk about that, but you also got to talk about the reality.
Man,
You got the
fuck
morals
moral,
and
man.
ethics,
If
but you
nigga
got
violate me, man, I'm he's
but you also
done,
got to
nigga.
speak on
Nigga
what you got.
violate me, man, he done, nigga. You
I'm
got three
saying you
niggas with you. You coming up and step to me, nigga. You're fucking
yes
done,
in a
nigga. Fuck you
situation
mean?
if that
Fuck morals by now, nigga. You fucking nigga.
yeah, but the thing is though, like Mont said earlier, if you take that stance to where you know what, you step into my safe space, I'm finna handle it. You got to be able to accept the consequence that come behind it. And part of the consequences is the penal system is trash to us. So if you're willing to put yourself in harm's way of the penal system, you got to be able to accept what come with it.
Yeah, you wanna
Man, you
you
saying
no.
that? You're saying that
Hey, Mark,
you're saying
you
that
read
this young
Yeah.
you
man
read the
had
super chat, right?
not have the right to have
No,
self
I ain't seen none.
dignity and rights, man. You know what
Oh,
I'm
my bad.
saying? That's what you're saying.
Rush, you got a hell of a delay, bro.
All right, I see the super chat. All right, Mama 867 with the $5. A couple men got locked up for defending their homes during burglary. He is not lying. The laws are to protect criminals. It's sad. I paid for 2 lawyers. Okay.
No, I think there's some middle ground what Rush is saying. Because I don't believe in being no punk. But like, say I would have been in that situation, I would have threw some hands. I probably would have got jumped, but I would have lived to fight another day. So that's how I would have handled it. So I do think there's middle ground where you ain't got to be no like punk, tuck your tail and run. It's just like, because this is how we handled it back in our day. We would just take that ass whooping.
You had to knuckle
I
up.
think I'll be honest with you guys. First of all, what's up, panel?
What's up, Black
going
man?
on?
I think that the honesty is, or should I say honestly, I think the issue is that what black people have always been saying. Stand your ground is not a black law. It is truly a white law. I could tell you about a situation where a group of people approached a household, tried to start a fight. A guy comes out, pulls a gun, and he, deletes somebody, right? That sounds like a clear case of castle law, right? But if you say this is black people fighting, then of course the system doesn't look at it like that. Then you go to jail, then you have to fight the case. And we all know that if this was, hey, a black family rolled up to a white family house and did the same thing, the white family wouldn't even get arrested. So I think a lot of us, the undercurrent of the outrage is just truly that we understand that the law is not truly for us. The castle law, the stand your ground law, is not really a law for black people. It is for white defending themselves and their property. But when it's applied to us, we gotta go through all hell to get this to go through. Because in my opinion, and I don't want to be like, I've been staying away from this conversation because I understand YouTube and I understand cats want to rage bait. I'm not gonna get rage bait based on my belief in my people, what I believe in my rights as a human being. I'm not gonna get rage baited. But I think what's going on is essentially, in my opinion, a lot of people are saying, hey, why is it that this guy's getting 35 years for what is clear self-defense? Whether it's excessive or not, it's clear self-defense. And why are we seeing?
All right, so But
like that.
real quick, hey Mont, did you see the video when the lawyer actually went through the Texas Penal Code and actually went through uh every tier of the section of you want me to send it to you?
Yeah, send it to me.
So like when he actually like really explained it, like and talked about how it applied to the actual case, it'll open your eye. I'm gonna send it to you real quick.
Yeah.
Trey, let me ask you a question real quick.
What up? What up? What
Is
up?
self-defense? It's kind of subjective, isn't it? There's a lot of gray area with them laws. I know you about
Oh,
to,
100%.
and I think that's what people got to realize, man. Where when you're dealing with gray area, it could go in your favor, it could go the other way. So that's where you got to kind of be careful with this type of stuff, man.
Nah, I agree 100% for sure.
Yeah, okay, let's take for instance the George Zimmerman situation, right? A kid walking down the street gets touched, defends himself, and the guy shoots him. And there's just no repercussion, and he claims self-defense. And it's just only reason why we're even considering it is because he's a black kid. And that's the only thing that we're doing is saying, hey, he's a black kid, he should have known better. And that's the issue that we're having with this law. And I've always said this even before this case. Yo, this law is bullshit. We need to clear up the language of it. We need to strengthen it. We need to create more case-by-case scenarios of it so that way it's not just white people being in fear of their life or white people putting themselves in dangerous situations against black people, and then next thing you know, a black person is on trial and he's getting a book, or a white person is getting off. That's the issue that I think, from my standpoint, that we're having. It's like, I agree, a person should get punished for whatever crime they're doing, but at the same time, we all understand it's like, come on now. Like, we know that the way the law is applied, not written, applied, is not truly for us.
Well, Black, I gotta push back on the idea that it's clear cut self-defense.
Yeah,
I don't think it's at all clear cut. I think it can be argued, as I said earlier, but clear cut self-defense, like I don't like if you came to me and you said, hey, your son almost got into a fight today and somebody stabbed him, you know, because he pushed them and they stabbed him. I'll be like, what? You know, I wouldn't be like, oh damn, my son just clear cut self defense. I wouldn't be that way. Mm.
Wait. You don't think that? Okay, and this is where I differ on the conversation. Was Carmelo doing a lawful act when he sat in that tent? Yes.
Yeah.
Was he in the midst of any crime?
No, I don't think so. No.
Was he the agitator of this situation? So
No.
he's being approached and the way that the law is written is specifically like that, where if you're not doing a crime, if you are being agitated, you're supposed to get protection under the law. But for whatever reason, because he's a black kid, it's like the worst of the worst.
So Black, in that law, does it speak about use of force at all?
I'm not talking about the use of force. I'm talking about the perpetration part. Before you even get to use of force, you're categorized. Are you doing a crime? Are you running away from a police officer?
I agree with everything that you said so far.
Like, before you even get to the action, they define who you need to be and what status you need to be in to define this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're a person at a store and somebody's robbing the store, yeah. So there's things like that. So
yeah, but
at
Black,
that particular moment, he was in a lawful position.
Yeah.
And that's the issue that I have.
Yeah. So what you've communicated so far is that you think it's a clear cut self defense, right? So then we go through the beginning of it. And then we get to the use of force part so that we can determine if it was a clear cut self defense. But what I'm trying to present to you is that the idea that just because you are encroached on or pushed or something like that, doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want in response, because the law specifically speaks about use of force in response to, things like that.
Yeah, it does. It does. It speaks
Yeah.
very minimally about things. It says basically if you have a fear of imminent danger.
Hmm.
But other
Yeah.
than that, the law is very clear cut. It speaks very candidly about what status you need to be in, and then it says, okay, a little bit about your state of mind. It says, okay, if you feel imminent danger and proportional danger, but at the same time, it also says you don't need. So I'll give an example. The stand your ground law says if somebody walks into a a, a, a corner store and says, "Hey, give me all your money," and he has a baseball bat, it doesn't say, "Well, the proportional uh, response is to hit him with another blunt object that is 16 ounces." It says exactly what it says. It says essentially you need to, if you are in a certain mindset that you feel that your life is in danger, you need to do that. Or if you feel like you're going to get hurt. So this whole, everybody keeps saying proportional. And I'm like, I don't see that in the law. There's no part of that in the law. It's really just about a mindset. And
But
that's
E
why-
Black
no,
and
no,
Mont,
it
can I
says
ask
that
y'all a
in the
question
law.
real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Didn't they tell him to leave the tent? Because I don't know the case. I'm just asking. So did the boys ask him to leave the tent?
That's the story so far that I think is accurate. He was asked to leave.
So did the jury kind of look at it like, since they asked you to leave the tent and you stayed, you were showing signs that you weren't scared?
That could have played.
Is that
a
how they
part.
kind of interpreted it like that? Because
That could've played a
typically if
part.
somebody was scared, like if just looking from the outside, they would bounce at that situation. They'd be like, "Let me get up
Yeah.
out of here."
That's very reasonable. Because some people make the argument that like, oh, it wasn't nowhere for him to go and all this type of stuff. But it's also like, I know me. If somebody asked me to leave a tent that's not a teacher or something like that, I'd have told him to suck my dick too, right? But also at the same time, I'm not scared of you niggas because I'm telling y'all to suck my dick. I'm not going nowhere. So I do think that makes sense, that perspective.
Okay.
But Black, I think the law specifically talks about proportionality. Like when we looked up the penal code, and it that's what it was telling us, is like the use of force has to be reasonable for the action. When you bring up the bat conversation, of course, like a bat is,
Okay.
that's the lethal
so
force.
the law says it has to be proportional. Think about what you're just saying. If I walk up to you with my fist, I have to proportionally stand my ground with my fist. Does the law really say that?
No.
Okay. Does the law say if I walk up to you with a 2-ounce stick, like a stick that you'd get off the tree branch, does it say you have to equally proportionally hit back with a 2-ounce stick?
No.
Okay. So, once again, I would love for to see the proportionality portion of this, because I'm
Yeah.
kind of confused on
Yeah.
where proportionality comes from. I think the reasonability aspect is what we're talking about, where, hey, you're kind of like having a dust up and then next thing you know you're shooting a guy. That's different versus in terms of mentality. But when we're talking about like
So yeah.
proportionality, because I can't see proportionality being written into the law based on our conversation.
No, it is. We'll pull it up. But this
Go
is
ahead,
my.
pull it up, please. Can you pull it up, please?
I'm pulling it up. Yeah, but
Thank you.
it seems like you're asking for a scale of like a visible scale where they're like, all right, well, if somebody do this to you, you can do that. If somebody do this to you, you can do that. But it's not written that way for sure. But I don't even think that we necessarily need that. I think it could be helpful, but I don't think we necessarily need it to be reasonable. And I think most people find it unreasonable in that situation, to go to that extent. And I think most people, in retrospect, if they could go back and be like, yo, retroactively tell him don't do that, I think most people would.
Yo, E Black got a point, man. Just because he's black, man, everybody expects him not to have no type of dignity to defend himself.
E Black ain't say that.
Man. You know what I'm saying?
E Black ain't say that.
Oh, man,
Okay,
it's
let's
crazy,
talk about
man.
the George. Let's talk about the George Zimmerman situation.
It's
He was
unfair, though,
getting his
man.
butt
That's the
kicked.
attitude,
He
though.
was getting his butt kicked. Was that proportional to what his self defense? Was that proportional to what was going on? Was he did the kid pull out a knife? Did he pull out a bat? Did he do anything? Was he choking him out? What was he doing that was proportional to getting shot?
Shot down.
From what they said, and that's from what they determined. I guess they determined if you on the ground getting your face beat in, then you can, and you feel like you're about to lose your life or something like that, then you can pull out your weapon.
So mentality, not proportion.
So no, no. So I think it's deeper than just like. So I think proportion makes sense, right? But if
So
you,
wait, are we
Yeah.
saying that if he get into a fight, he can fear for his life?
yeah, depends. Yeah, depends though.
But that's what happened. George Zimmerman was getting punched on in his face. But
Mhm.
we're asking the young boy, Carmelo, to fight. Well,
Yeah.
George Zimmerman, I think he was saying like
contradiction?
what's his name was like pounding his head in the concrete. That was his case. His so it was like
These things happen
excessive
in a
at that
fight,
point.
though. What's your name? Sophisticated jerk. These things happen in fights.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah, but it
different
got
when
to
you
kind of get to that level. That's the
Yeah.
thing. A push ain't gonna
So at what point
seem
at what
excessive to
point-
anybody.
Okay, so at what point do we determine when a fight is self-defense? Who's defending themselves? Was it the young boy that was being followed by a stranger, or is it the dude that's getting beat up on because he was approaching a young boy?
I think that the young boy being followed by a stranger, I think you can make that argument that if he would have, eventually shot that man, I think you can make an argument for that.
But then they would have said that, but I can't though, because he got away with shooting the young boy. He was following him.
I don't know what arguments was made, and I don't know how good his counsel was.
Yeah, the George Zimmerman case was weird. I didn't think it
It's
should
not about
happen like
how
that.
good the case was. What we're arguing is clearly this is a difference when you're black and when you're not. There's a difference in interpretation of the law. Because when is it self-defense? Because even I agree with you, Mont, that Carmelo probably should have tried to fight the kid instead of pulling out the knife right away. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But at that point, more ambiguity creeps in.
yeah.
So now
for sure.
who's being the aggressor now? Would he been justified to punch him in the face for him pushing him? Then they would
Yeah.
have said, but wait a minute, he only pushed you.
No, I
Wait a
don't
minute,
know.
you didn't have to. I know it's easy to say that. But Emmett Till got killed for allegedly whistling at somebody. But that was a long
that's
time ago, R1. Come on now,
That
don't
was
do that.
even true.
yeah. Hold on, that's I don't
That
I
was
don't
even
want to.
true. So
Y'all
you got
merging into too many
enough, bro.
cases, man.
Yeah, no,
But the young man that just
I'm gonna
left
tell you
out
that's
of
a
the
long time ago.
out of the mini mart got gunned down for walking away from the situation. He didn't even throw a punch.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't agree with the outcome of that case. I think at minimum that should have been a manslaughter, but I don't know like why they weren't able to just downgrade it to a manslaughter and from the first degree murder and all that type of stuff. But I'd like to hash this other one out real quick. If Carmelo Anthony was on the ground getting his face beat in, right? This would be a different case, a different story, right?
I agree.
Or even for me, if Carmelo Anthony pulled the knife out and was like, "Yo, don't touch me," that would even be a different story for me too. If he pulled the knife out and was like, "Yo, do not come near me, do not put your hands on me, I will defend myself," right? That'd have been a different case for me too.
If he pulled the knife out, then somebody would have pulled a gun out and shot him. Then what?
Then that would have been
He would have lost his life, right?
He'd have lost his life, yeah. But he was, I mean,
He wouldn't
but
have been
they
there
had,
to fight for his life.
but they at school though. Like, I mean, I know, like, I get it, but.
Yeah, exactly.
And that would have been, that's more unlikely because that's illegal to, like, him having that little pocket tool, that's different. But somebody bringing a kid bringing a pistol, that's obviously, you shouldn't have had that on school grounds at all. You shouldn't have had that nowhere. You're not even old enough to own one. But I know that's a fair point. Like, you out in the street and you pull a knife on somebody, it's very possible that nigga gonna shoot you in Texas for sure.
Absolutely, man. Anywhere,
Facts.
anywhere. You pull
Especially
a knife
Texas
on
and
somebody, like
Florida.
you bringing a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah.
If you pull out, man, people, listen, you can pull out a fake toy gun and pump fake like you finna do something. Somebody will pull out a real one and pop you. It's not gonna be a conversation being had.
Yeah,
But
no.
E Black, you're pretty much you're looking at it because the mindset Carmelo could have been in under the tent, being surrounded. That's where you're saying he has the self defense.
To be honest with you, I think I'll be honest with you. My thing is this: it's up for a jury to decide. I believe when we're talking, what Monty was talking about, clear cut self defense. I believe that basically, I feel that he felt he was in danger. So that's kind of my position. I don't know if that answers your question, but I don't want to go too far to say, "Hey, I believe he's innocent" or whatever.
Okay, I got you.
I'm just
No, that's
trying
what
to
I was
say,
asking. You answered it.
yeah, yeah. I'm just saying that, okay, for me, it sounds like a self defense case, but it sounds like he's getting punished for his actions of the self defense. He may have went overboard. That's kind of what I'm seeing, what I'm thinking that he's getting punished for. But for me, once again, this is about the law, the way the laws are written. I'm like, okay, I see thousands of these different cases where, man, if you know anything about Texas, road rage is crazy. These motherfuckers will pull you over in a 4x4 F-150 for cutting them off on I-10. You know what I mean? Like it be real dangerous situations out here, and self-defense is very sketchy based on who's doing what. And I believe for
Exactly.
black
It's too
people,
ambiguous. It's too
yeah, it's
ambiguous.
very, and that's why I don't like self-defense laws in a lot of ways, because I do not believe that, for black people it's very advantageous, because it goes back to medical. We can
Absolutely.
withdraw a lot more pain and a lot more suffering than any other race in America, in the world. We're supposed to be most docile and most intimidating at the same time, but then at the same time take as much punishment. So where does self-defense really reflect in, like, for us? How does it get implemented and applied for us? And that's where I have an issue with it, but like that's beyond this case.
So is this like a more of a down south thing? Because I think up north, man, you get into some trouble, you just got in your mind, you going to jail. So it sounds like.
In the West Coast, it's kind of like that too.
Oh,
I
okay.
think in the West Coast, I think the idea is that, hey, whatever you do, you're gonna have to fight the case. I think what has entered into it is these castle laws and these self-defense laws is the racial component to it. Is the fact that, okay, I can literally hunt down a white kid right now, say, hey, where are you going? He can fight me. I can say I'm fearing my life, and technically that's self-defense. And we all know that's not really the way that the law is intended. You know what I mean? Even the way I said that sound crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like, think about it. You see me as a dark-skinned man talking to some white kids, and these white kids is bad as fuck too. And they might do some weird-ass stuff, and next thing you know, I gotta fight a case. Versus somebody else who may not have to fight the case, because it's automatically assumed that we're in the wrong. And that's kind of the way that I've always said, no matter what, we need to kind of like, if your state does have a self-defense case, you need to harden that case law and make sure that it's really written strictly for the book, because I'm seeing too many of these situations, especially in Texas, where they have open carry. And that's another thing that people are not talking about. What's happening with open carry is that people are getting into fights like over parking spots, and then they're claiming self-defense.
So you think it's like emboldening people to
Yes.
kind of get at? Okay, I got you.
A lot of these cases are a lot of these laws are, let me say this, the law is written very vaguely, and the way it's implemented is, for especially black people, it's not very good, in my opinion.
Real quick, Mont, can I ask you a question? So
Yeah.
say like the one kid that was kind of bullying Carmelo came up and swung on him. Do you think the response from Carmelo would have been substantiated at that point?
I think it would have been closer to being substantiated.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it would have been necessarily fully abstain, like a home run. But I think it would have been closer because when we talk about a shove, you know, it's just a shove, right? But yeah, I think it's so many scenarios where but he's a kid at the same time, you know, so can't expect him to make a decision that I would make. But I'd much rather would have preferred him showed them that he has a knife and let them decide if y'all want to still make the decision to approach me, you know. Like when you I'm pretty sure like when we hear about the kid pushing him and then he just pulls something out his pocket and stab him, it's almost like a surprise, almost like a sneak attack, you know. So I think that goes into like how they weigh it, how the jury saw it.
Okay.
And Uda, is that how you pronounce it? Uda?
Yeah,
Uda,
bro.
Uda.
What's up, Mont? The panel, to everybody. Yeah, but yeah, just from what I've been, because during the trial, I was talking to people that was at the court the whole time. A lot of my people that I know was at the trial. You know what I mean? So it wasn't just like a touch. It seemed like Austin like went to grab him. You know what I mean? This is what they're saying. It seemed like Austin went to grab him. You know what I'm saying? They saying it's like a football move, like a press extension type of vibe. And Carmelo was sitting low. He did tell him that he had something. I don't know if he said he had a knife. And they saying that Austin responded saying like, he ain't got nothing or something like that. Because somebody was like, yo, watch out, he probably got something. And Austin was like, he don't got nothing. And he kind of moved forward towards Carmelo, like to grab him. And remember, he's sitting down lower, so he had to move forward as well. But at that same time, you know what I mean, Carmelo's pulling out the blade, you know what I mean? And it all happened really fast, you know what I mean? So it wasn't just like he just put his hand on his shoulder and kind of touched him. He kind of went towards Carmelo and kind of, that's what they said they saw from the footage. So I'm working on getting the footage. And, you know what I mean, if you're from Texas, you can get the footage by contacting the courts down there. You might have to do some paperwork, but you can obtain the same footage that was seen in the court. You know what I mean, I'm waiting on the transcripts as well. So I think when I get the transcripts, it'll probably bring more clarity to some of this because we just listening to what the news reports really said, and the things that we see online is from court reporters, people that was reporting in the news, but it wasn't the actual transcripts and stuff like that. So, you know what I mean? He did stab him though, he did. But I think that also Austin's moving forward and his movement towards him is also what probably hit him a little bit deeper with the weapon as well. You know what I mean? Because he was probably denying that he probably had something really in his bag at the time. So they said he kind of moved Eddie out the way. They say in the footage you can see him move Eddie out the way and kind of move towards Carmelo to grab him. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say in the footage. So from a couple of sources that was in it, I seen the actual video. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're saying to me. So until we actually get the footage for ourselves, then we'll be able to actually determine what we feel about the footage. And then when we get the transcripts for real, then we can actually see what the witnesses are saying, compare it to what statements were said before, and then really make our own comparison to what we want to say. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's one of those things.
Okay. I'm about to pull up a video real quick for us to check out. It's YouTube.
Nah, Uda, we gotta be super nigga. We gotta be super nigga out here, man.
So, starting from the beginning, April 2nd, I received a phone call from Coach Jackson and said, Jeff, all I know is Austin has been stabbed. I asked him where. He said Kirkendall Stadium. I immediately hung up the phone and I made it there in about 4.5 minutes. When I arrived, it was pretty chaotic. A lot of police cars, a lot of people. I ran through probably 10 different officers who tried to stop me. When I did reach the track, the scene that I saw was my son, Austin, and they had a C machine on it, which actually it automatically pumps on your chest. But when I saw him, I knew he was gone.
Hi, can I take your order?
Can I get a plate of half chow mein, half super greens, orange chicken, and kung pao?
Beef and cheddar sandwich, fries, curly fries.
Come on, Mont.
Yeah, let me switch to my other account. Hold on.
Yeah, man. You're a professional now. We supposed to have premium, man.
All right, there we go.
All right, we
So,
good now. We good now.
starting from the beginning, April 2nd, out of control, bawling, emotion. I prayed for a miracle. And as soon as that happened, I asked the ambulance, the EMTs, what hospital they were taking him to. And once they instructed me where they were going, I directed my attention to finding Hunter. And they said he was taken to the locker room in the field house. So I proceeded to go run over there. And I found Hunter, who was uncontrollably out of control, bawling, emotional wreck. So I have to try to gather him and maintain myself. And all we do is we pray, we pray, we pray. And I tell him, let's go, let's go. I'm taking you to the hospital. You're riding with me. And we get in the car and we're praying. Because I am praying for a miracle at this point, because I know my son was gone. But we get to the hospital. We get in the room. I have to make the phone call to his mom when we were driving to inform her to meet us at the hospital. By this time, the word's getting out to certain family members. Certain people are showing up at the hospital. Takes probably, I'd say, a good 10 minutes before the doctors come in. I knew what was fixing to be said. I knew by the look on their face that Austin had passed away. And they confirmed that. That very second, Hunter spun out of control. It took 5 officers to get him under control. We had to admit him and get him sedated. And then at that point, they wouldn't allow us to see our son because now it is a crime scene. So they have to process the body. So for over 2 hours, we can't even see Austin. And by this time, a huge crowd of students, parents, friends is overflowing this hospital. It is so touching and so moving, and we're all so distraught over the news of Austin's passing. That moment, I became totally numb and went into what I call survival function mode. I had to find and buy burial plots, funeral homes, arrangements, so many things that had to be done. And I needed to stay focused. That very first night, our church held an impromptu vigil. Our church holds 1,500 people at Hope Fellowship. It was overflowing. There was over 1,700 people that showed up that night. Very touching. An outpouring from the community, friends, family, even people who didn't know us showed up in support. And I spoke that night about who Austin was. He was a leader, on and off the field. He touched people's hearts in ways others couldn't. He was loved by so many, and so many loved him. I told a story that night. And I told the story when I was diagnosed with cancer in my cancer group. They asked us, define success. And it went around the room, and most people, some of the common stuff, I'd like a big house and car and, a lake property or whatever. But when it came my turn, I had a different view. I said, my success will be judged by how many people show up at my funeral. And what do I mean by that? Well, when you go to a funeral, the people that attend are someone, hopefully, you have touched their life in a positive way. Because one thing about people, they don't remember how big your house was, what kind of car you drove, how big your bank account was, where you got your nails done. None of that matters. What matters is people always remember how you make them feel. They'll never forget how you make them feel. Because there's no U-Haul behind a Hershey. You ain't taking nothing with you. You come in with nothing, you go out with nothing. Except for what you leave behind. And what you leave behind is your legacy. Austin's legacy will live forever. I myself will make sure of it. Not only myself, but many others. His mother, his brother, family members, communities. We've set up a scholarship in his name at Memorial High School. For every year, there's going to be the Austin Metcalf Scholarship. We want to give back. We want to help people. That's who Austin was. Austin helped people up. He inspired. He promoted. He encouraged younger classmen, his teammates. He was always there, always believing in them. There were so many kids who came up and spoke that night about how Austin touched people's hearts. And that's what you leave, is your legacy, your footprints on hearts. That's how people will be remembered. And for anyone who knew Austin, who loved Austin, that memory will be carried on in their hearts forever. I know I'll say his name from the highest mountaintops till the day I die. And it was probably the very worst day of my life. When I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer 10, 11 years ago, I thought I was going to die. They told me I had a 50-50 chance. I told God I can't die because I have 2 boys that need their father. I would go through cancer a million times again if I could spend 5 minutes with Austin. When you're faced with your own immortality, it reprioritizes your life. All of a sudden, things that were important don't matter. You really start to really find out what's important in life. It's the people who love you, the people you love, and those who support you when you're down. You should never, ever
What y'all think so far? Any thoughts?
Heavy. It's real heavy, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Really heavy. I ain't gonna hold you. Heavy.
I mean, like, as much as I think about this case, and as much as, I have my opinion about this case, this still is a father. So, you gotta let the other side have their truths and what they believe in. And that's kind of where I'm trying not to be as cynical to him and to the situation as much as possible, because the fact of the matter is everything he probably is saying is from his perspective true. He went to the hospital. He's trying to calm down his kid who's erratic and going through some issues, and it's a tough situation that he's in, and probably he's not probably lying in saying that he probably would go through cancer again just to get 5 minutes with his son. So, as of right now, I'm just kind of, I empathize. That's the best word I can say is I empathize. No matter what I feel about it, it's like I do empathize.
Yeah, I think this is a dad's nightmare from both sides because you got 2 parents, one that lost one to the system jail. Then you got him who lost his child. So it, like everybody kind of hit on, this is a tough situation. So that's why I tried not to covered as either like E Black. And shout out to Uda for getting the facts and stuff, and looking at this from the actual facts instead of making judgment on that. So I shout out to everybody that's been taking that delicate approach, because this is a overall messed up situation.
Agreed, bro. I think there's a loss on both sides. I think there's no winners in this situation. Both families took a loss. You know what I mean? They lost their son, and the Anthony family lost their son to the system. You know what I mean? And when you get up in those type of places, man, one thing is easy to get in there. The hardest thing to do is to get out. Even if you had a short bid, some people I know went there with short time and end up spending 25 and spending life there. So, it's a rough situation, you know what I mean? So when I heard him kind of say that he felt for Carmelo in his other interview that he did prior probably to this, before the gag order was lifted, he actually said, you know what I mean, he felt bad for Carmelo as well, and that he didn't know what he's really up against right now being in that system, you know what I mean? I know he went after that to the watermelon felon type stuff, but I was shocked to hear him even say that, you know what I mean? Some people saying he's posturing, he's just saying it to say it, but he doesn't really even have to say that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. With all due respect, Uda, I'm just talking. I just want to make sure that we're clear. At this moment, that's my opinion.
yeah, I'm not against nobody's opinion.
You
We all
have
gotta
to.
have our opinion.
Yeah, you have to empathize at this moment
Yeah,
in time the way that he's kind of laying this out. Now, when he
yeah,
starts going into other stuff,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
then
It's another deal. It's another deal. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, there's more coming.
There's another deal when he starts going into the other stuff. But yeah,
Yeah, I've seen the headlines, but I've actually never heard the quote. So
yeah,
I'm watching this for the first time myself.
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Yeah, he actually went in on black people at the end, or at some point in this, and it made a lot of people feel away. And I actually have a unique perspective on it. I have a different perspective. I think that him saying all that stuff is in response to the type of things that the way he's been getting attacked. Listen, we know our people. Yeah, we know our people. We know the type of shit they saying to him right now.
I know my people. I know his people too.
That's true too. That's true too. However, we've at least on the outside, we've seen the way that he's been, what is it called, comporting yourself to us, right? And it hasn't been hostile. But I know that he's been getting a lot of hostile messages and a lot of death threats and all that type of stuff. And in my opinion, I think his response is like, I'm not no pussy. All the shit that y'all saying about me and my people, I'm going to go back at you and say a bunch of dumb shit too. What do you think, Harlan? Or whoever? What do y'all think?
So he should have racist response, or should it just be I'm not no pussy response? You can say I'm
No,
not a pussy without being racist.
but if he's being met with what he perceives to be racism and his response is proportional and equal to like, all right, I'm gonna say racist shit back to you, that's what I think is going on.
Nah, I got to get some pushback to that, Mont, because he was pretty much saying he was at church and stuff. So, if you're a Christian, that means you don't retaliate the same way somebody else does. You could be like, fuck y'all. That would be a valid response, but you don't meet them with like racism or prejudice back. You see what I'm saying?
That's what a perfect. No, that's a perfect Christian.
Yeah,
that's a perfect Christian.
I heard somebody went through his son's grave and urinated too, bro.
For him to immediately go to that. I think, come on now, like, let's be fair.
So Harwin, if it's true, right, that black people have been saying, like, you know the type of shit we say, like, the type of things we call them people and stuff like that, right? Like, if it's true that he's been being told to what you would consider, I'll consider to be racist things, you consider to be bigoted things, right? Yeah, if he's been being met with bigoted things, and he responds with bigoted things, do you at least think that's reasonable?
I think it's reasonable to say that for coming from you, I think it's reasonable for you to think, as a reasonable person that I think that you are, from my experience with you, that you would think that, hey, he's gonna be a bigot to me, he's gonna be a bigot back. But what I'm saying is, I don't think that's what he is, because of how his people's background is, and particularly the people from this area that he's from me learning from Trey, how those people are in that area. I find it hard to believe that he hasn't said that behind closed doors already.
the way I feel about the things you say about behind closed doors versus what you say in public, I think it's a big difference, right? Because when I go outside, I think that I have a duty. Well, at least for me, I try to be a good person, right? I try to leave all whatever I think about gay people, all that type of stuff. I think that when I go outside, I should put my best foot forward, and when I speak, I should be mindful of the things that I say to you, no matter what I think about you. I think that that's how we should operate. I mean, do you agree with that?
I agree that we should
I
operate that
commend
way,
you.
but that still just proves my point that he already felt that way. If that's how he's being, long before somebody responded to him with that. So he wasn't just responding back with that just to respond back because they was throwing it at him. He responded that way because that's how he really feel, and now he like, oh, okay, since you standing, I'm gonna tell you how I really feel anyway. The
Yeah,
decorum is going out the window. So yeah, it's one thing to show decorum and act a certain way, how my mama would say, boy, act like you got some sense, than
Mm.
having to tell somebody how you really feel about them. But it's another way if he didn't actually feel that way and he was only saying that in response because they were saying something similar, which is what you're saying, but he's not doing that.
yeah.
He's telling you how he really feels. How he feel behind closed doors is how he really feel.
So you think that he think that he truly thinks that black people are stupid?
Yeah, I think he think that.
Hold on. Can we get that quote in context? Because like I said, I haven't seen the full. Like,
Uh,
I
so
heard
I
something
haven't
earlier.
seen it in like I don't
I
want
heard
to like.
something earlier
let
today
me
though when he went
let,
off on a woman and he went crazy on her. She said
let me
something. She said, "I think you're a racist" or whatever. And then he went up, but I don't know you N words, and he started saying some crazy stuff. So I
Yeah,
heard
because
that for a
I
fact.
really want to see this in context before
It was kind
yeah.
of
I like
crazy.
It says
make a
the rant
statement.
starts at 144. So let's get to it.
It was kind of crazy.
Gave me the opportunity to experience something. Unless you're a parent, you don't get it. I understood my parents way better when I became a father. My mother is 79 years old, who just retired last year and got married.
Wow.
Wow. My mom, she's my rock.
Oh shit! Did I do something?
79 is crazy. Like he look old.
He's
Crazy.
79. Oh, his
Said
mom's
his mom
79.
His
was.
mom is 79. My grandmother's is in a bucks and all types of
I've
stuff.
ever
I'm like,
met. First, I will say this: Mike Waltrip, the superintendent who has recently resigned and retired, is the most spineless, coward piece of shit I've ever met in my entire life. This is the same individual who got pressured from Dominique, irrelevant minister, whatever, Alexander, and the Freeman Group, saying that we're going to riot if you don't let him graduate. They folded like a cheap tent to the pressure. It went against, I even had a meeting with them, and all he could say was, I followed the law, I followed the law, I followed the law, like a little parrot. No, following the law and doing the right thing is not always the same thing. You hid behind the law because you're too coward. You can't be a man to stand up and do the right thing. I showed you in your handbook, mandatory expulsion, murder, mandatory attendance policy. He didn't go back to school after April 2nd. I don't give a shit if he had the credits. Didn't make the attendance. Shouldn't have been able to graduate.
Ah, damn it.
all right.
I showed you in your handbook, mandatory expulsion, murder, mandatory attendance policy. He didn't go back to school after April 2nd. I don't give a shit if he had the credits. Didn't make the attendance. Shouldn't have been able to graduate. You still gave a murderer a diploma. But yet you didn't respond to my ex-wife's email till after the elections. You waited over 30 days to respond with a callous, incompassionate response that just showed how shallow you were. And then when I got to meet you face to face, you little bald-headed piece of shit, you sat there and looked me in the eye and said, I didn't fold. Well, who did? The buck stops with you. You're the superintendent. Think.
Yo, if it's possible, can somebody drop the link for me? For whatever reason, when I drop it, like nobody can see it.
I seen it drop.
Yeah,
I
if y'all
saw
can
it just
copy
drop.
it and
I
paste
saw
it.
it drop.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
because
just went to your
people saying
chat.
they
Yeah.
can't see it.
Can I say something real quick in reference to that? And
Yeah, it
I'm
doesn't
gonna say
drop
it.
in Trey's chat. It doesn't
I'm gonna
drop
say
in
it out
Trey's
of
chat.
love, but I don't give a damn about how y'all feel. The world don't care about how you feel. It's about truth and logic, right? If y'all got kids that go to school, elementary school, middle school, high school, take y'all slow asses and go read the student code handbook and go to the section when it talks about weapons. From the parking, well, actually, if your kid walked to school, I think it's a 2-3 block radius, they're going to have a sign up, just like if you got caught selling drugs, no weapons. From that line all the way to the back line or whatever line is school property. It's school property. So those laws apply anywhere within that vicinity, inside the school, outside the school. And it says specific rules as it pertains to weapons of any type on school grounds. Yes, you can carry a weapon around. Now, me, again, I believe his father, whoever gave him the knife, failed him, because you're not supposed to have a weapon on school grounds. You know that. So don't give him a weapon and then not explain to him the consequences of what could happen. We do that shit all the time. You have to sit down and say, son, since you can't read on grade level, you read that shit. And we can break it down together. That's what we don't do. So the people that gave him the gun failed him. And yes, he's a football player. I don't know if any of y'all play football. You going up against 6'8" linemen, 7-foot linemen, however tall that lineman is, they come around pulling around that end, and you're a defensive back, you either take them on or get out the way. Now, a good scenario could have been for Carmelo. You bow down. First of all, you go to a tent. It's not yours. I don't know if any of y'all ever coached when you play football. Again, we have specific spaces for our team to gather. That space is our sacred space. Now, the coaches failed the team because if it's raining, where are the coaches at? Why are we not sitting under that tent with our team? So we're going to designate the captains, whoever it could be. It could be any player, the quietest player on the team, the person that ain't.
Ferg, if I believe you're an athlete, right? You've done some athletic stuff, right?
I've coached for the last 35 years since I stopped playing. Yeah.
Okay.
He ain't no athlete.
Shit, I'll run y'all niggas
So you
over.
understand? You know what track meets are, right?
I know what track meets are. My son ran track. I ran track.
Okay, and okay. So that you definitely understand the scenario that's going on. Let's not be obtuse about what's really going on. This is a track meet. The 100 people are hanging with the 100. I did high jump. The high jump people, we all kicked it. Like that stopped the beat. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Because you all was all black.
Ferg.
Hold on.
Can I at
quick.
least complete my statement? I just want to complete the statement.
Hold on, real quick. Before we continue, guys, I just want to let y'all know that I do utilize the mute button, and I think that it's best when I do utilize the mute button for the audience. If people start talking over each other, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to mute the person who interjected and let the other person continue to talk. So I just want to let y'all know beforehand that I will be doing that. Ferg, are you done stating your point? Are you ready for E Black to
I just want to
get in there?
break this one last thing down, right? As a coach, right? It was very important for me to that when we went to any visiting school or any site, even at home, right? We had specific spaces for our team's bags. That space is like our godsend space. And any one of my team members were allowed to say, hey, get out of our space. Now, what they could not do, I used to say, don't try to solve the problem yourself. Once you identify it, notify me. I'm close by. Or if I see it myself, hey, little snotty nose kid, get away from them. Because I don't know what a kid's intentions are. You could be cool with one, but you might be ready to steal everybody else's stuff. So the coaches were at fault because they were not in the vicinity. Now, if they had to go put their hands on him, they were violating his personal space. Because again, and this is what y'all got to understand with schools. They're not going to pressure kids like they would do y'all slow asses in the courtroom. They're thinking about their social emotional well-being, because what they did on Monday at that school, y'all know what they did? They had a visual for anybody that was socially emotional struck by this incident. They was in there crying to teachers and counselors. They sent people over there to even kids who wasn't even at the school but may have knew them. They were in those spaces crying to these people. So with that, they're going to think about their social emotional well-being, how ugly it may seem on the outside first, and then they'll deal with the law. In schools, it goes inside out. You get into a fight, I suspend you, you go home, come back in 3 days. You set the school on fire, whatever, you may get expelled, right? You deal with it. But then when you start dealing with things that deal with like bodily harm and things like that, the school is going to take initial reaction, but then they're going to allow the laws to do what they do. And last thing, you a fucked up parent if you intentionally move into a racist community, knowing that there's a possibility. Who my teenage son, y'all all used to roam around your neighborhoods. I'm not gonna put my children in a situation where they're gonna have to defend themselves against racist people.
Pause.
Okay. Now, E Black, I'm gonna give you the opportunity if you wanted this rebuttal.
I was going to
Okay. Yeah, I just want to really like Ferg, like I said, we all understand track, and if I'm being even more to the point about this situation, this was a jamboree where all the teams are doing their like final heats for state, right? If I'm correct about this.
Yeah, they was having.
Yeah, so that's even better, because if I know certain schools, like especially my school, our shot putters used to train at the other school. Or
Okay.
I used to do high jump. The high jump facility at my school, they wanted me to go to a whole nother school, and I would do it like every other week because it was too far. But if I wanted a good high jump bag or a high jump squad, I do that. So we're like, let's not be so obtuse to the situation where it's just black and white. You're wrong, you're right. Let's be real about the situation. It was a rain out. It was a rain out. And kids are going to be kids, and we want them to actually foster this type of environment where, we're sharing, where there was no real harm to this. And we try to do this where we try to say, oh, he's wrong for being in the tent. The tent is not the issue. The issue is trying to punk a young man out of the tent. And we never really addressed that.
Again, the kid who invited him into the tent did him wrong.
So if it was a female?
It was a guy. It's one of his. But listen, here's the problem. He wasn't in
If it was a female,
he wasn't participating.
Uda, pay attention.
It doesn't matter
if it was
about
a
no
female coming up to the tent, and you like, oh, she shouldn't be in that damn tent. Is we really having the same conversation?
Again, you're thinking minimal level, son.
No, you thinking minimal.
Yeah, he
because
thinking minimal.
again,
That's the dumbest shit ever, bro. That's dumb.
Listen, the kid that invited him could have squashed the whole thing. Y'all press me, hey fellas, this is my man. I invited him into the tent. Once it stops raining, he gonna get up through. Right now, we're gonna chill right here in this little corner, and that's it. But it wasn't none of that, because they got to live in that community. That's what y'all fail to realize. They're not looking at old people. They're looking at young people. They already setting up. So these kids are going to be writing books in 5 and 10 years about the emotional traumas that they went through. That's the problem. That's why his family failed him. If it's true that they sold his car to Charleston White, niggas knew he was going to jail because they knew something was wrong with what they did. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm appreciative he has a date. In Kentucky, it's the last thing. A black boy got killed by 2 teenage black boys. They just sentenced them boys today. They both got 37 years. Today, teenage boys, they shot a boy on a bus stop. They just, in Fanger, if you lived in Chicago, was it 2005, 6, in Fanger High School, kids got into a big brawl at the school. One kid took a bleacher plank, a wooden bleacher plank about 20 feet, whacked the kid over the head. The kid died on the spot. Everybody that was out there was affected by that. The kids, they was spending the rest of their school years trying to run from it. And every time their name popped up, they were either not allowed to participate in sports, even if they were bystanders. It's just an unfortunate incident. Teach your kids how to fight, because guess what? If we on different teams, we gonna catch y'all at the next time. And I'm gonna get my boys against some white boys, and we gonna bloody their noses. Simple as that.
Oh, Coach Ferg, if you could summarize into like super fast your overarching points, could you like just let me know what your main points are? So if your main, for example, if one of them is like, yo, his parents should have did better, they should have taught him something. All right, that's one thing, and the other, like, let me know.
Well, it's sort of a handful of shit. You know what I'm saying? The parents failed them, the community failed them because they're gonna always side with white kids. We're in a racist community. So just putting my children in that situation, I failed them. I wouldn't do that. And I'm gonna give them instructions on.
Hold on, Coach Ferg. So if you could just kind of like, just run them off real quick. Parents failed him, community failed him, so we got two. What are the other points?
The friend failed him. The friend failed him. And that's pretty much, and he sort of told on himself when he got into the hands of a white officer. He sort of, that's why we teach ourselves, be quiet,
not to say anything,
call me.
quiet.
Right. But that's a lot of teaching that has to happen. And it has to be more than one conversation is all I'm saying.
Okay. Now, Constructicon, I want to know what you think, right? If you could try to be as clear as possible what your points are, I appreciate it. Go ahead, Construct.
Ready?
Ready? Yeah, we ready.
You ready? All right, check it. Microphone check 1 2 1 2. You hear me?
Sound good. Yeah.
Right. So I'm going to be very interested to see what unfolds after all of this, after all the smoke clears, right? Because there's a lot of things that don't fit. There was however many teenagers under that tent, and all these kids, all they do all day is they on their cell phones. You mean to tell me they got mad video footage? You mean to tell me they got video footage up to wazoo? What I believe what happened was that he was alone. He was outnumbered. I don't condone his. He definitely deserves some sort of punishment. 35 years, diabolical. But I'm saying, like, he definitely deserves some sort of punishment. But there's no way that there's not more footage of what really went down, because we're speculating. He was outnumbered. It wasn't his team, that wasn't his school. They both on football teams on opposite sides. And this dude is a bully. They didn't come down on him like they came on the white boy. They didn't come down on him. They made the little boy, Trayvon Martin, 14 years old, right? They came on him. They came down on him with George Zimmerman, but they didn't do that to this kid. He was a bad kid. He was a bad kid. Did he deserve to die? Hell no. You know what I'm saying? But let's be honest. His brother was going to jump in. Let's not act like that was going to happen. His twin brother was going to jump in. They feel each other. They was going to, Wonder Twins activate. You know what I'm saying? They was going to jump in. So I would already have felt in my own mind, like I would have took the fair one. Because you know what I'm saying? I could take a hit, but I could throw one too. But that's me. Not everybody's built like that. So I get it. He brought whether he had the nut, whatever. He said, yo, I don't even want this problem. He's gone. Should he have ran, should he have done whatever? He's going to face the consequences. But what I'm saying is that I want to see the video footage because I know there's more than one video. These kids have all these cameras. They have all these cell phones. There's no way there's just not one picture of a grainy video. There has to be more.
Okay.
And my helicopter right there. Boom.
Wolf Stacks, it's on you now.
I'm gonna say as a father myself, I think that's messed up that both kids lost their life. One kid's going on to glory, one kid going to prison for a long time. I feel like his parents might have failed him, his friends failed him, but he failed himself. I think you should never went to that tent. You should never stayed there. You should have just went on by his way and went home. Like, it's sometimes as a man, even as a young man, because we all been that age before too, right? When you see something don't feel right, you don't go that way. You go a different way. That's my opinion.
Okay.
The problem with that wolf fact is that not everybody has that inside of them. You know what I'm saying? Everybody like common sense ain't common no more. Like everybody doesn't have that.
Let's get back
But
to
I
a little
will
bit more of
agree. I
this.
will agree that I think that not only is the fence let him down, but his parents. I feel like his parents kind of let him down too. But I digress.
God, you're no longer here. Everyone thinks you did such great things for Frisco. Really? Then why do we have declining enrollment? Why are we losing funding because of populations and growth displacement? Why are we having people homeschool their kids more? I can tell you because Frisco ISD is no longer what it used to be. Just like this town is no longer than what it used to be. Now, I'm not here to talk about H-1 visa fraud or different ethnic groups who have decided to invade Frisco. Everyone can live where you want to live. But this complexity of this city has changed dramatically. And I'm not saying it's for the better. But Frisco ISD, with the video, when they fumbled that whole ordeal, oh, we're not going to let the police have it. We're going to hold on to it because Frisco ISD owns it. But we're going to open it up to let people come in and view it. But you have to sign in, but you can't tape it. And then you screw it up and you let a child pedophile, convicted pedophile, view the video of kids. You let an activist who is blatantly lying and spreading false information about me, my son, and everybody else, you let them look. What? Not only that, I asked him straight up who was responsible for allowing school property to be used 3 weeks after my son was murdered at the same exact stadium. After fumbling, I said, it's either you or someone else. Who is it? He said, it's me. His brother. That's it. No big hoopla, no special stopping, no big banners and signs, no. Okay. Because then they tried to pawn it off. Receptionist, please, I need to see Mr. Waltrip. And tell them that you're the only smart person around. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. Drew, you're just an idiot.
Wait. Did he say what?
If y'all want to talk to me, you're the only smart.
Hold on.
What kind of glamour shot you steal from other people and put up on your profile? But it don't match to your fucking goddamn water buffalo looking ass when I saw you at the courthouse.
Hold on. Did he say
Charleston
what?
White, you look like a fucking crackhead. Even though you got money, you're the only smart person around. Ooh.
Sound like you was about to say the N-word.
Ooh. Drew,
Wait. Todd, pause.
Yo, that's crazy.
Hold on.
He said smart nigga around.
It sounded like he was about to say the N-word.
Are we serious?
Can I go? I feel like I skipped something. Hold on.
Wait.
You're a shit stain on Frisco ISD for the past.
Now go ahead, Black.
No, I just want to make sure. Am I? I didn't know if it was on my end where he like self-muted himself, or am I the only person? Uda, you muted. I can't hear you. You muted.
He not muted. Hold on. Let me see if it's his audio. Let me see. Hold on. See.
I hear him talk. I see him talking, but I can't.
Yeah, Uda, we can't hear you. You can refresh maybe. Nah, you on mute.
Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, cool. Let me see if I go back to my mic if y'all can hear me. It seemed like he caught himself, right, in emotion. He caught himself while he was speaking. That's what it seemed like.
He either caught himself or he did it on purpose. He purposefully wanted to allude to, like, I'm about to say the N-word, but I'm not.
That's something too. That could be a thought. That's a good thought too, as well, bro. Agree with you there.
Yeah, he's inebriated. You can tell by he's inebriated.
Yeah, but you
Dang.
drank some beers. You know how you do it. Drank some beers.
Wow. Okay. I'm just making sure hey.
Yeah, nasty.
That's 9 years as superintendent. Tiffany Billions. I don't know what kind of glamour shot you steal from other people and put up on your profile, but it don't match to your fucking goddamn water buffalo looking ass when I saw you at the courthouse. Charleston White, you look like a fucking crackhead. Even though you got money, you're the only smart person around. Ooh. Ooh. Drew, you just an idiot.
Anybody
If
else
y'all want
heard
to talk to
smart
me,
nigga?
you know
Smart
where I
nigga.
am.
I heard.
You never
Yo,
once
he said
apologized.
smart nigga
You
around.
never once said you were sorry. You lied your ass off and tried to tell people you paid to offer to pay for my boy's funeral. You couldn't even offer your hand for a handshake. You're a grifting piece of shit. Your character says it all. I don't have to say a damn word. Your actions speak for themselves. You and your little faggot bow tie? What the hell is that, dude? Maybe you and Chris King are butt buddies. Like y'all swap ties and shit. I don't know. He lives in Washington and he's lived here in Plano. He thinks he's some intelligent dude. Really? A 1989 Saab. Oh, I'm fucking impressed. Ooh. Look at me. I talk to my shit all day long. You put it on people so they can see me. I think you have some serious insecurities, bro. I'm a lawyer. Who gives a fuck? You're not a very good one. Oh, I've done this. I've done that. You have to brag on yourself? You have to blow your own fucking horn? Really? You're not a man, dude. You just want attention. Maybe your parents didn't give you love when you were little. I don't know. I don't know the way you are. Why? I can't explain it. And you know why? I don't give a shit. You're nothing to me. But yet, what'd you come up with the word? Metcalfians. I live in your head every day because you talk about me every day. Dude, thank you. I'm so flattered that you think about me. But I'm not your type. Sorry. I figure in a couple months you'll move on to the next hot topic. Or you'll have some legal crusade you can join, maybe, or lead possibly in your 89 Saab. And the only thing about you is I like your dog. That's about it. In your house, dude, I'm not one to judge, but you don't live in some sprawling mansion. Really? Clean your house. You look like a fucking hoarder. Better yet, once you have Tiffany move in and y'all could live together and do a podcast, that would be fun.
Pause. Please. Pause.
Dang.
Stay out of my life.
What we got?
This is very telling. This is very telling. This is where he came from. He's got a little bit more poise. He just lost his son. And he still got the other twin son. But you know what? It kind of gives me an understanding. And I get everybody grieves differently, but the way he's coming in, the way he's coming out, I can see why his son beat the shit out of him too. And I can see why his son was a bully that he was. He was a bad kid. He did bad things. And I can see where he got it from, this Archie Bunker ass nigga. Like, I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah, they say the son put hands on him too. All right.
Yeah.
Put hands on him.
Now, let me be fair. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't mind him going off on the people who he feel like. I don't like the rant ain't the issue. Like him calling the superintendent fat and all that stuff. That ain't the issue. Hey, go off. You know my kid did, but the N word was kind of like okay.
I think it gets worse.
No, it's wordplay, but you know it's not. You better go deeper than that. It's
But I mean, you
Oh,
gotta understand. Hold on,
he's
hold
a
on.
grown
You
man.
Hold on, I'm a
but
mutual
the
icon.
the one thing I just want to say is that you gotta understand. Every person is allowed to have their own personhood. So he's explained his personhood. Now, I understand the whole thing of being like, oh, I'm waiting for the racist stuff. The N word was the only thing that I was saying, but everything else just sounds like, oh, you just going off. And I'm gonna give him that. I'm gonna be fair about it. And I'm
yeah,
the most pro-black person you'll ever meet.
I
It,
doubt it.
So
But
it's gonna get worse.
can I say this though? Let me jump in. Listen, are we surprised that he's given a response, and to some it could be considered racist? Why would you be surprised? All y'all live in states where some neighborhood is the racist part of the state. Y'all don't dare take y'allself over through there. Y'all drive all the way around instead of going through there. So the fact that he's doing this
Saying what it is.
in a state that's, but I'm just saying though, what, and this is me, I guess I'm jumping the gun, but here you are, 2026, y'all hearing this. What steps do you take for your lives and your community forward?
Are you talking about
Gotcha.
like in regards to potentially moving out of that place and stuff like
No,
that?
no, not moving out. Just understanding the laws, understanding the nuances of how people are going to be viewed, how people are being viewed, how people are denied, how people are, you know, going to be. It's like, what do you do at this point? Y'all at an age
Yeah.
where y'all still fighting for a place in America, and you see I like this because communities that are of this nature of this man, y'all can identify them easier now.
Yeah. Well, Ferg,
I'm
I
from
think
Brooklyn, so we see them very clear. You know what I'm saying? And we was going through the neighborhoods, but yeah, we know the neighborhoods where they are. I'm from Brooklyn. Yeah,
yeah,
so we know where
Ferg,
they
But
are.
I live in New York too, bro. It's mad, it's nice out here. Now, don't say it's not
Yeah,
places that people are a little weird and shit, but most of the
but
time you
yeah,
walk past a
like the
white person
small
in New
hat
York,
areas.
it's
I'm from
cool.
Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying?
I'm from
You
Brooklyn
I
got
want
too.
them areas
to
where
I
answer
live.
all right, let me so many people. So Ferg, I think to
Mhm.
answer your question,
Berg. I want to answer.
honestly, believe it or not, a lot of people don't do much with information because a lot of people
Mhm.
aren't natural born problem solvers. And it just is what it is. Like people don't analyze the things that they go through in their life and then be like, all right, I'm gonna move better this time. It's just I find it to not be as natural and common sense as you would think it is.
Common sense ain't common. I want to answer Ferg though. He asked a good question. And by the way, you sound like Exhibit, Ferg. Coach Ferg, you sound like Exhibit.
When I sound like who I am, you sound like a dude underwater, but go ahead.
I'm Aquaman, then fuck it, nigga, or whatever. All good. But no. How do we handle like living in these neighborhoods in these situations? It's not to run away. We have to stand. We have to stand for something so we don't fall for nothing. And I'll be honest with you, I live upstate New York now. I'm from the Bronx, but I live upstate New York now. And I'm telling you right now, when I lived in the Bronx, I didn't see racism at all. I really didn't. When I moved upstate, oh my God, I was like, this is what this looks like. This is what this is. People don't know that. People don't even know New York. They just look at New York City. There's so many people, 8 million, 9 million people there. New York State is vast. Huge. It's a huge state. I'm telling you right now, it's country up there. It's country, but it's different. It's not southern country, it's northern country.
Yeah,
They
I've
don't
been
like
up there too.
they don't like us up here. They be like, why y'all niggas don't stay down there? It's like, what, pause. You know what I'm saying? And I had to learn how to acclimate to these people. Cause I buy a house, they like, nigga, how you know Octagon? Wait,
I, I understand that, bro. That happens everywhere.
yeah,
What do
I'm not
you what
saying.
I'm asking you, what are you doing in reference to your younger G's, young fellas, young guys in your
I'll
house,
tell
in
you what
your
I do.
family?
I teach them how to build. So for instance, like I'm in the newspaper around here. I'm low key famous, right? I don't like all the glitz and the glamour. I'm not like that. I try to keep low key as I can, but at the same time, like I build things for the library. I build a tiny library. I do things for the community. And they be like, who built that? And it's like this black guy built it. His name is Constructicon. And I was like, who's that? I'm like,
what do you teach them about the laws in their area, how they can, have safe passage?
Yeah.
Well, that's a case by case basis because that's not my thing. I'm not a lawyer. My sister's a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. What I do is I teach people how to build, use your hands, use your mind. You know what I'm saying? Deal with from that create so many other conversations. You know what I'm saying? Just learn how to do your John Dickens. You don't have to. I can use this for war, but I can use this for peace. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we got to know law though, you know what I'm saying? So like being in Brooklyn, growing up in Brooklyn, you know what I'm saying? Like police used to come and harass us, stop and frisk and all of those different things. And those are the kind of things that was happening that made me start to go, you know what I mean? Let me start looking in the codes and start figuring out what's going on. They just locking us up, talking about we loitering and all type of stuff, just running out. And when you begin to start knowing some law a little bit, because the people that's policing us don't really know law. That's the craziest thing. When you start to know some things, it's so crazy how they just back up off you and they run down and lock my man up, but they'll leave me alone and stuff like that. Like it's crazy. So we need to be knowing laws, you know what I'm saying? So it's not about being a lawyer. My sister's a lawyer too, but just being in my neighborhood, police just running down on us all the time, whether we's doing wrong or the right thing, you know what I'm saying? And it make you want to start learning more about law, you know what I'm saying? I lived
Hold on, y'all.
upstate
I'm about
too,
to
bro.
I'm about to go back a little bit in this video real quick.
Yeah, find what you find, man. Do your thing.
I'm not inviting you in. Go find somebody, go kick rocks in somebody else's backyard. But I'm still standing. I'm gonna go away. Because guess what? Guess what? You can't make no more money. He's guilty. No more TikToks and debating. Oh my God, Mr. Metcalf is this. He did this. Oh my God, look, Carmelo's a little baby. He's innocent. No, he's fucking guilty. He's going to prison. Yay! Am I supposed to be excited? Guess what? I'm not. Because I don't promote and I don't accept. I feel sorry for that young man. He's fixing to live a living hell. Not that he doesn't deserve it. Yes, he does. But I'm human. And I'm sorry. I don't wish harm or ill will on anyone. It's not the Christian thing to do, man. It's not the way I was raised. It's not what I was taught. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I just know it is what it is. You be you, I'll be me. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. I respect you, you respect me. We get along. We don't fight. We don't stab each other in the heart. If we have a disagreement, you know what? We can use words. And also, we can agree to disagree, and that's okay. But what's not okay is when you lose control
He's not mentioning that his
and you
son.
do something that you can't take back. And now you're responsible. Let's open up for some questions, guys.
Mont, can I go for a second, bro?
It's about to get hot. It's about to get hot. It's great.
As a father, I don't.
Who that? What's that? Yeah, bro.
Sound like a
No,
female.
I was saying as a father, it's got to be tough to experience the death of one of your children and still try to be Christian and be holy about it. Now, like I said earlier, they both lost a life. His family and their family lost a life too. So it's like, what can you do? Like, I think he was definitely failed by his family most of all. And I don't know where he got that knife from, because you can't buy a knife in certain states unless you over 21. So it just messed up, bro.
I don't think it was. From what I've heard, it's been a like a tool knife, like a multi-tool with different,
Yeah,
things
it was a
and stuff
multi-tool.
like that.
But it had it was like a fishing knife. It's one of those little fishing knives that has a fish line cutter at the hook, little hook covered hook. I have one similar to it, but the blade was maybe about 3 inches. It even had I think the problem with the blade was it had those little saw ridges on the bottom of it.
Yeah, that's
And when that'll cut bone, that'll slice, and I think that gave it enough room to puncture the heart because it's only like he had to put that blade in deep enough to where his fist was on his chest.
It went deep. They said that Austin was that from the people I've spoken to that actually seen the video. They said he was making a motion. Maybe that could have, been part of the reason. But we
He
understand
bled
that
out.
the chest cavity from the chest, outer chest to your heart is only but 2 to 4 inches, which is 5 to 10 centimeters.
Yeah.
And that blade is 3.5 inches. So you know what I mean? It ain't really gonna take much to just hit the heart. Though. You know what I'm saying?
And at that
Uda,
age, you don't got
can I ask you something? And peace to the panel too, man. Can I ask you something, Uda?
What's up, bro?
Hey man, peace, man. I hate that y'all made me type this doggone long. Type this long link. I hate that y'all made me type this.
Hey,
Yeah.
Man,
50
I give you
Cent.
$2 and a pack of. I give you $2 and a pack of hot fries.
This nigga said hot fries.
What up, bro?
You should say now. Look. You see E Black in prison mode already. He's trying to negotiate for a pack of noodles. Uda, let me
real
ask
quick,
you
if y'all not real quick, if y'all not hold on real quick, if y'all not like, I know y'all a little older, but if y'all just screenshot what's on the screen, you can just copy and paste it out of the screenshot. If you got an iPhone, y'all might. I don't know. Android should do it too, though.
Into the Google. Just type it into your Google.
Nah, we need your channel. No, we need I need Trey to put your channel into the what's name so we can follow you over there. Yeah, so we need subs over there. We need subs. Sub to your channel, fam.
If you're admin over at Trey's channel, if you're admin
and then drop it in the
Right.
Trey's channel.
Yeah,
That's
if
all.
you're admin over at Trey's
channel,
channel, please drop
copy the
his
link.
Yeah, man.
Go
Drop
it in Trey's
your channel in Trey's and let them go to you.
Hey, yo, Mont, I got something to say to you.
With your young ass and don't know how to do it, but okay.
Yo, Mont, I got something to say. Yeah, I know.
No, Mont know everything.
Yo, Mont, I got something to say to you, Mont.
What's up?
Udo, I'm not gonna forget my question. Whoever that is, I'm gonna let them go.
All right, brother.
What's up, Icon?
You an old ass young nigga.
Why you say that?
I don't know.
Oh, that's the Constructicon?
No, it's like a Rubik's Cube.
This
Figure
nigga
it
just
out.
be talking. You know that's how
Nigga ain't
it's
no-
saying shit just to be
Yo, y'all keep calling him Icon. I don't know. Y'all keep calling him that.
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead, Constructicon.
Man, y'all getting distracted quick, man.
Hold
Pay
on.
attention.
I can, yo, hold on. I can do it all. Hold on.
Young OG.
All right,
Some of you niggas-
yo, I put my channel up here and I put it in the comments.
Yeah.
I kind of about to mute you. We about to get back to really had a question for Uda.
Yeah, just for Uda real quick, because I know he's really in these courtrooms and he's around all this legal. You know, we sideline reports, man. We like Harvey Levin out here. We disseminating the things that we think we know and the transcripts that we think we see and so on and so forth. My question is, because I keep hearing stuff around what the young blood should have did. Do you think it was the intention, based on what you know, what you read, what you've seen, what you've heard? Do you think it was the intention of the young blood to send that Metcalf kid to the upper room?
Now, really, why you want to go back 30 steps?
I'm gonna answer it quick. I'm gonna answer that quick though.
I just asked Uda the question.
I don't think that was his intention. You know what I mean? I don't think that he really was the aggressor. Austin wasn't even the person that originally initiated everything. It was really Hunter. But when it comes to the twins, Austin was born 4 minutes before him, and in his life, Austin is the protector of Hunter. You know what I mean? Like whether Hunter does right or wrong, Austin is the one that comes to defend him, comes to his aid. So, you know, I think a lot of the weight is on Hunter because Hunter was the first person that really initiated the contact with the verbal contact, not a physical contact with Carmelo. You know what I'm saying? And then from there, Austin got into it. They started calling each other B's and P's, and then move me then B. I'm a B, then move me then B, and they started getting into some of that. And then they say, so until I'm trying to obtain the video ourselves so we can see it. They say that Austin moved towards Carmelo really fast, actually moved Eddie out the way. His boy Eddie moved Eddie out the way and went to grab Carmelo. You know what I mean? But Austin also said like he ain't gotten it. And I heard somebody said because Carmelo was like talking about something that he had in his bag. I don't know if he said a knife. I don't think he said that per se. But somebody be like, yo, watch out, he got something. Like, man, he ain't got nothing. This Frisco. You know what I'm saying? So basically, also like he ain't got nothing. This Frisco. And he kind of went towards Carmelo. Carmelo was sitting low, kind of like Corey Holcomb and Anton. You know what I'm saying? He was sitting low, and then he ran down and tried to like grab him. But at that same time, he was pulling out what he pulled out. So I'm not saying he didn't poke him because he said that to the first person that really spoke to him that he did it. He said, I got the alleged suspect. He said, no, I'm not alleged. I'm the one that did it. You know what I mean? So he did poke him, but I think Austin was also moving with force towards him. And I think that's probably also what did him dirty as well at the same damn time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and
What up, Blanco?
What up, family? And the reason why is because
Hold on,
the white boy was coming from 3 stairs. He had to go 3 stairs just to get to Carmelo. This is in the bleachers. Remember that. Yeah, keep that in mind.
Yeah,
this is it.
So was he coming?
How's everybody doing? Sorry.
Why do we have to relitigate this case? Like y'all got to get off of that. Like in my opinion, like we don't have to relitigate it because it's already done deal.
No, because the reason it is E-Blaze because I truly believe that was self-defense, homie.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry.
What does it matter? Like I believe it. I think hold on. If we do a poll of this panel of 10 people, what does it matter what percentage comes out? Like it's done deal. It's done.
All right, Blizzy, you got it. So what's the next part of the conversation?
The reason why, brother, I say is because he had a terrible defense, bro. His lawyer did that nigga dirty, bro. That's why, bro. People like, do you think, I could have defended the nigga better. Hell, the mother of my kid, she didn't even practice criminal lawyer. She in the health department right now. She's a lawyer. She could have did a better job. I was talking to her about this case.
I agree with you, but what is that like? What is all that magic powder and magic won't do for us right now?
Hold on, E-Black. So the reason that I think your question is interesting is because even before the verdict was out, us having this conversation and discussions could not have helped Carmelo, right? So us having it now is just us having a discussion, regardless, before or after. It's, we weren't helping Carmelo with our discussions, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Actually, before it was probably helping because we were part of media and we influence potentially individuals that are part of the case. After the fact, it don't.
That's
I got a question for E-Black.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Just really quick. Hey, Blizzy, because you down there. Do you feel, if any, repercussions? Does this case impact like stand your ground or self-defense or castle doctrine in the state of Texas, in your opinion? Do you foresee any ramifications from this case?
In my opinion, no, because I've already you missed the part of the stream where I kind of said that stand your ground and castle laws aren't really meant for black people, and they need to be strengthened in the way that they're written, so that it can be very clear and defined that it's equal protection amongst all the citizens. But the way that it's applied, I don't believe that it's really written. These situations, the way it's written right now, is exactly what's going on.
So E-Black, I agree, right? But here's a catch. I'm gonna say, all you smart YouTube lawyers now coming up, go to law school, get those laws.
Wait, but first, no, we can't do that because
that's not how it works.
I don't want to skip. No, wait. I don't want to skip over that because now you just introduced something that I didn't know. So the law in black and white on paper, the same law that everybody said we should acquiesce, abide, toe the line, follow these steps, you'll get these outcomes. You saying that law doesn't apply to us?
Yeah, I definitely say it doesn't.
I just want to be clear. He's saying that in his opinion, it doesn't apply to us.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
I mean,
exactly
well,
what I'm saying.
But Ian, you down there, you could probably obtain that video that's down there too as well.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
anybody
I
can.
definitely can.
Any,
But like I said, I
That's
already
not
know what it
scary to
is.
y'all.
Just think about that, E, you know what I mean? Because you could obtain the video since you down there, you know what I mean?
But wait,
Yeah,
that's not
I can
scary to
pull
y'all.
up
My
to the
whole premise
courthouse
has
right
been
now.
if they convict this young man, like I get if they had gave him manslaughter or whatever, but they punish him harshly or whatever, that challenges stand your ground. And I think somebody could argue because you set case law and precedent. Now, E Black is saying, in his opinion, to your point, Mont, that no, it's the law has not been equally applied across the board. It's rules for
You
thee and
can't
none
work with
for
the
me.
problem.
I just want to say this, man. Everybody subscribe to Everybody Hates Mont. Go to
That's
this
a fact.
channel. Make sure y'all all subscribe to the channel. Drop likes, share, do all of that. But make sure everybody is going over to Everybody Hates Mont and subscribe to that channel and make sure you locked in. You know what I mean? Y'all got it, bro.
Appreciate you.
nigga, subscribe to me, nigga. I'm a ghetto lawyer. I'm a better lawyer than whoever defended that.
I've been
Carmelo,
subscribed to you
nigga.
for years, Poppy. I've been subscribed.
I put it like this. I think
I
just
was
like
joking, bro.
I think just like how open carry and concealed carry is not judged or persecuted or held to the same standards. I definitely think every black person should be aware of that also.
But it's two
We
different
have a
laws.
right to have our straps, and the way that they doing us in the Texas system is not fair, and it's not right, and we know that. But it's just like the stand the ground law is. We know that. We know what it is.
No, I don't. I don't necessarily agree. And that's because different people see things a different way. At least I'm not even gonna say where I come from. I'm confident in self defense for the most part, right? Like I got homies, like my homies, like we already been down this road of like, like where they had to defend themselves, and it was pretty much a breeze, they cases and stuff like that. So, but I'm not opposed to the information, but I do think that we do happen to cherry pick a lot of things, right? I'd love to look at a thousand of these cases, right? But a lot of people just show me 6. And they say, look at these 6 that we cherry picked and look at these outcomes. And this is what you're looking at, right? And I don't necessarily, I like to do a little bit more research than that. That's all I'm saying.
Yo, but Mont, there's a
can I
case
go-
right now.
can I
Let me
go,
just tell
Mont?
Mont this one thing. Let me just tell Mont
Mont,
this one thing. I'm gonna be quiet, but look. But Mont, see, something happened last night in Philly, you know what I'm saying, where 2 young boys unalived this white kid. They went to go get a phone from him and they unalived him and stuff. So I'm gonna be going to Philly to go see if I can at least go there for a few days and see if I could cover that too as well. So that's something that you could look into though. You know what I'm saying? It's a case that happened like yesterday or so, you know what I mean? With 2 young guys unalived the white kid, a young white kid, talking about he was going to try to play for the Philly Eagles and type stuff. That's how they talking about him in the news, whatever.
Okay.
And yeah, for a cell phone, for iPhone or something like that. So yeah.
All right, bro, I'm looking at that.
Yo, Uda, mad respect.
Yeah, bro. Salute, bro.
Look, Mom. I think that everybody should protect themselves, but I think it should be like mental health laws that make sure you're liable. If you carry a weapon, you have to be mentally stable before you can carry a weapon legally. That's what I think. You shouldn't just be carrying a weapon. You mentally ill. You slow. That's what I think.
I got another question
So
for E
I
Black
don't
on
think
top of that.
I don't think that our constitution works that way. I don't know, but I know that the right to bear arms, like people go hard for that. So like a
So
mental
you
health
have to be
checking
mentally competent to bear arms. They do.
I never.
That's a state.
There's a due diligence.
You should be.
It all depends. It all depends where you at, bro.
No, I'm saying
It all
legally.
depends.
I'm saying legally, Blanco.
Yeah, well, the niggas in the
No, they
street, nigga,
don't.
we don't care.
Hold on, guys. Get Blanco the
hey.
floor real quick. We're gonna get Blanco the
Yeah,
floor
go
real
ahead. Go
quick.
ahead.
Yeah, like illegally, obviously, you don't care about what's going on. We're just gonna go buy the strap and come and get whatever comes behind it, right? But legally in the East Coast, it's near impossible. If you like in New York, Jersey, Pennsylvania, Boston, the complete East Coast, the average citizen, it's very hard for them to own a firearm. You can have one
So
at home, or you want to, but it becomes very tricky to
yeah,
if you take that out of your house. You know what I mean?
yeah. So hold on real quick, bro. So
Go ahead,
I'm
boss.
licensed. I'm licensed to carry, right? Because in Philly, even though I live in Pennsylvania, where it's an open carry state, in Philly, you still need, in order to carry, you need a CCW, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't go through a mental health check. I just didn't, right? I did whatever paperwork they needed me to do for the background check, but they didn't check my competency or my mental health check or nothing like that. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
curious, when y'all say that you have to be mentally competent, where at what point in the process does that come in?
Yeah. So from
Only
what
if
I
you,
understand, go ahead. Go ahead, Fred.
but only say like yes, they're not going to ask you if you're crazy, right? But if you come up on a register, if you've been to an institution or you've been diagnosed,
Right. And that,
and they
yeah,
have your diagnosis on record, which they will, then they're
when they
going to
run your
run that,
background.
and that'll show up on your background,
Mm-hmm.
and that'll be cause for pause for you getting your
And
gun
then let me
license.
ask you this, Ferg, or anybody
Okay,
that's
got
in
you.
Northeast or familiar with Northeast or just gun laws and all that stuff here. Don't the person that's like if you go into a gun shop and you're legally right. So I understand Blanco Ricardos can get guns. Right? I know they can get them on the aftermarket or whatever. Right. But I'm talking about legally, right? Because those people that possess them illegally are not protected by the Second Amendment, right? But the ones that got them legally, from what I understand, is there's a process, and that first process is when they screen you and they run your background. But the other part is when you go to make a purchase, the person that you're buying from, if you're from like a gun shop, right? Not um, like if I'm selling you something personally from my collection, I don't
Like,
necessarily have the obligation if I don't see nothing. But the person, like let's say at a registered gun shop, don't they have the obligation to report what they're seeing, or they could
Yes,
deny the sale?
yes,
Nope.
they have.
Nope.
They
They,
If
don't.
you,
they don't have to
if
report it
you,
though, but
I'm gonna tell you how easy.
they gonna
If
go by
you
the
like it,
laws.
if you in Florida or Arizona, fam, you can literally walk in where they sell guns, hand out your ID, and they're
No,
gonna
I get
run
that.
your
Those are
shit,
those are
and they're
yeah,
gonna
those are
give
gun
it to you
friendly
with
states.
it.
no,
Yeah.
Realist had the
That's my point.
Northeast. Realist had he said the Northeast.
It's
There-
virtually impossible to get like a licensing
It,
in
it,
most of
Peace,
those
Oh, what up,
northeast
Willie? Yeah,
corridors.
peace to the
What's
guys,
good,
man.
family?
Hold on, real quick. I want to let y'all know, just for the new people, that I do use the mute button out of respect for the person that's talking in the crowd. I think it makes it better so if they can hear people argument or position. So if somebody's talking and you interject, I'll mute you. It's not malicious. I'm just going to mute you because I think they still trying to get their point out.
Oh,
That's
you
why
good,
you're
man? We ain't
that's why you're
sensitive
an
over
old
here,
young
man.
nigga, man. That's
We
why
ain't
you're a
sensitive.
old nigga.
Yeah,
I
I'm
love
I'm a, I'm a I'm a I'm a mute nigga. So
mute me
go
right now.
ahead.
What Willie said though, let's get some new blood
Shut
on
me
here.
up.
Oh,
Go
E
ahead,
Black
Willie.
Drop. I had a question for him. Dang.
Because like in New York, I filed for my gun license in New York, and what they'll do, they'll just keep sending you paperwork back every 3 months. Like, oh, we need you to confirm this. Oh, we need you to do that. You look up, 2.5 years went by and you still can't get a license. Like I moved to the South. I went online and applied. I think in 6 weeks I was good. So
Mm-hmm.
The
that's kind of
easiest way
how
to
it
get in
is.
New York, you would have to be like a CO. If you get a CO, you get like license to carry. And my friends that
the
COs on
loophole,
Rikers Island, they all carry. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
Jersey and New York
the
crazy.
So
But you
basically,
know what's
armed
crazy?
forces,
the look
COs, and
the look
cops, you get
the
your
look
shit free and clear. Facts.
My
the
Anything in the
Mm.
loophole
armed
in New
forces of
York.
New York, you straight.
I
The
got I
loophole in
got
New
New
you,
York
York.
City.
Ferg. Hold on, Ferg. Go ahead.
no, I got you. Go ahead.
True.
No, I go ahead, Ferg. I muted everybody.
My wife, when she goes gets a gun, she don't have to wait. She walks out that day. Me, I got 72 hours. I have to go through the system, and I'm military. veteran. I ain't
That's
really
crazy.
broke the law at
What state,
all.
Ferg?
Why
Chicago,
is that, Ferg?
Indiana.
Why is that?
Because I'm a
What
brother
state?
with a
Ferg.
big nose, big lips.
But we're fresh.
Okay.
We're fresh.
What state though, Ferg? What state?
Chicago, in the
In the shop?
notorious city in Chicago,
Jesus Lord,
Indiana.
yeah. Pennsylvania is different,
So,
like Mont said. You know, what I mean,
but
I was
everybody's
just
different.
around
But
the
they
bird.
also look at y'all
Everybody
like
was lit.
if you a man, a black man, they're not just gonna just say, okay, sign these papers and you can walk. They're gonna always
Yeah.
double check who we are.
Mm-hmm.
It's just part of the system that we under. But they'll never tell you that they doing it just because I've seen white guys do the same.
Anyways,
Go
I
in,
just
they
carried
see the
them, bro.
gun, they take 20 minutes because it take about 15 minutes for once they run your stuff. And they'll be like, if it's zero on the record, they'll just say, all right, go have a nice day. They're gonna wrap it up for you, give you the discount. But me, I'm gonna have to, I gotta wait. They'll tell me come back.
To your
Okay, it ain't.
question though, Rilla, the only real obligation that those gun shops have is to have you fill out the paperwork. That's it. As long as you fill out the appropriate paperwork, they're kind of in the clear. So they don't really have that obligation to say,
So
"Oh, he
you
looks a
mean
little crazy."
there's no
No, it's just
repercussion when, let's say, somebody does something nefarious, it doesn't trace back to that gun shop? They don't get
Nah, if
investigated?
you if
they got
you
that paperwork.
sold
They
the gun
don't.
under the right paperwork and had them fill out, everything
Mhm.
accurately, then the gun shop
Oh, my
is
bad.
kind of in the clear.
No, I'm
Yeah.
tweaking because I'm
He
thinking now. I'm
he
thinking
have to
Midwest
be
because I,
really.
Don't
He
I
get
I
have
your
to
I I
be.
said Northeast, but you're right.
don't get
Midwest
your
is a little
piece.
bit different. I know
All
of
right, go
cases where
ahead.
they've been traced back to like Indiana, and even now here that they've relaxed a little bit because we have to have a FOID card.
Yeah,
Ferg's
the
still here.
fourth part.
Yeah, you got
I
it's
got my
layers
son one
here.
at 13, man. At
Yeah, yeah,
13, I wouldn't even
yeah,
let him do the whole thing. So
yeah.
if
But fair
he
enough.
gonna
Fair enough.
It's usually only traced back though from lack of proper paperwork. Like that's where they tie the gun shop up. You kind of
Got you.
sold it under
Yeah.
the table. You know
The
what I mean?
the only time that the gun should barely get in trouble because it was the only time they get in trouble is because it was this big case out of New Jersey for the Bloods, right?
this nigga got
It's
a
orange.
mouse? A
It's
rat?
orange, right?
A fat.
It's orange, right? So what they were doing was it was like a gun shop out of somewhere in Ohio. I forgot what city in Ohio. So the people, so the niggas from Jersey, they used to go to Ohio and pay the students that go to that particular college. They used to pay them money to go fill out the application, and they used to walk out of there with guns. They bought over 100 something guns from that store.
Mm.
Pipeline. Yeah, that was the big
Well,
case. I
that's
remember
similar
that.
to what happens
The,
between.
the double
Yeah, yeah.
line.
Well, it's the same. It's something similar to what happens in Chicago, right? Most of what comes here is either people robbing the freight trains, which they can't even really do that no more. But it's mainly from Indiana.
In
And
Indiana,
by the way, that's a ferret. That's a ferret Constructicon. Yeah, that's a ferret.
Off mute now. Mont, don't mute me. Yes. It's related to the Wolverine and the Badger.
It's
But
related
yeah,
to you.
it's a mini Wolverine. Damn. Like it's crazy. But I got it because I live upstate New York now, and we have a problem with mice, steal mice and shit. So I got a cat, but the cat has too much work. It's too much work for the cat. So I like, this is his friend now. They play together, and they friends, and they gonna come like they gonna double time these rodents. Even though he look like a rodent, he can get on the spot, but the cat can't get him.
I didn't know Ferris was as hard body as they was until I did some research. No, they really Ferris is like that.
Word.
Yeah, they like that.
That shit
I ain't
from
know that.
hard
Yeah.
body.
Mont, I got a question for you.
That's diabolical, Mont. I love that with
Yeah, I
They
think
don't
they.
back down.
Yeah,
body.
yeah.
They
I
don't
would
back down.
put that
you
with
know
a
it's
ferret.
crazy how mom even more than you icon is crazy. And I
Tell
got
me,
stuff crazy all the time. That's crazy, mom. That's wild.
What happened? Really, you said you had a question?
Yeah, I had a question for you. So, what do you make of? I'm seeing all the conversation around this case. Cool, fair enough. But I'm also seeing conversation around the father going on his like Metcalf, Jeff Metcalf.
And so I
Yeah.
saw the title, and I'm just kind of curious. Well, at least I saw the thumbnail. I'm just kind of curious. What were your thoughts? Because I missed that.
Yeah, I
What were
gotta.
your thoughts on his dialogue, his diatribe?
I want to get more into his rant, right? I want to kind of get the whole entire context of it. But it's 2 hours, so it's real difficult. Unless I'm gonna take that time later to really watch the whole thing. But originally, right? Um, I consider myself to be extremely objective, like to a fault, right? So that when my perspective before he even said it was that us as a, not gonna say as a community, but at least online, we have a lot of vitriol towards white people in general. And I see a lot of white people who feel like they just like, yo, I'm just living like I ain't do nothing. And there's a lot of vitriol coming towards me. And those individuals, my position was, yo, y'all gonna push these people to the limit, and that shit they gonna start talking how we talk, right? So when I saw the way that people were responding to the father after his son, passed, and then I see his response of, you know what, I'm gonna go nuclear, I'm gonna get racist on him. At first I was kind of like, it makes sense, like I dig it, I understand why he would do that, but I at this point I do want to watch more of the video to see, to get more context, into who he is, and like is this just like, I'm mad so I'm gonna say this because I want to get back at you, or is this actually who he is as a person? I look a little bit deeper.
What's the difference? So if I say this just because I want to get back at you, right? Versus I don't know what I could say that will make you discover who I am as a person. Isn't that part of who I am? The fact that I would go that to this length to
Mhm.
get back at you, isn't that part of my character and who I am?
Yeah, so I think that all of us have the propensity to say things that we think will get a rise out of the other person. And I think that it's fair to at least go to the extent that you went to when it comes to responding to people. So for example, I don't have no problem with gay people. I don't have no problem with trans people. But if a trans person thought they was about to drag me on the internet,
I heard you talk about this
I
earlier. Go
might
ahead, yeah.
I might have to, say if I got a gay friend or something like that, I might have to say, yo, close your ears real quick because I'm about to say some crazy shit about gay people, you know. And
But
maybe
does that
somebody could argue, oh, he really feel that way.
correct?
But
But
I
that's
would,
kind of what came out earlier, though, Mont. I can't remember if you conceded to that point, right? Because that kind of came out earlier. Like, would that not be part of your makeup in terms of how you feel towards that community the whole time? Now, because the thing that you were saying was, listen, I go above and beyond. I go out of my way to make sure I'm cordial, I'm kind to this specific group of people. I know it came out that way on the show. I didn't take it that way. I think you were saying that like you were highlighting that, but I think you would be that way towards any group of people, right? I'm making sure I'm cordial, I'm courteous, I'm kind, so on and so forth. However, if these things happen, this is how I would respond.
yeah. So the reason that I disagree with you, right, is
Hmm.
because I, so if you ask me right now, when you say, yo, in your heart of hearts, I want to ask you some questions about how you feel about gay people and how you actually feel about this question, right? And you say, yo, how you really feel about gay people? I'm like, I don't care. Like, I think, what they do is they business. Do I think would I be gay? No. Do I think it's like probably disgusting? Yeah. But I don't care what them people do. Like, that's their business. Do I think they have? If you ask me, like, yo, you think they got a right to be here? I
And
say,
we
yeah.
offended by that, though, Bob.
Do you? If you just ask me certain questions, I would answer them honestly, and I would try to dig deep and give you the truthful answer. But then also, if I get mad, maybe I might say things that are extremely offensive to gay people. I don't think that means that the real me is what I said when I was mad. I said that on purpose. I said it as a tool because I want to make you feel a certain way, and I can't make you feel a certain way unless I say certain things.
Yeah, well,
Now,
I
here's
just
the
the
thing,
only
from
let me say this
accountability.
and I'll go on mute, right? So I don't participate in these diaspora wars, right? One of my best friends is Nigerian American. He was born here, but his peoples is from Nigeria. A couple of people I grew up with, their peoples is Jamaican. Now we did the African booty scratching jokes. That's a fact. That happened when we was younger. When we was younger, okay? But to this day, like I say this about Blanco all the time, you can't get me to, engage with Blanco on that level in these diaspora wars. Why? Because I don't separate myself from the people. So there's really nothing that could be said, in my opinion, for me. I'm saying this
Yeah.
is my mind, how I've made it up in my years of living. There's nothing that can be said that would make me go to that level with them, right? However, if I did, one would reasonably conclude like, oh, that was in you the whole time.
Nah,
What?
Now listen,
My
this is what it actually is, right?
Wait a
We all
minute,
as
no,
Hold,
human
because I
hold,
heard
beings.
yeah.
Ferg come in on that. That's crazy.
Go ahead, Ferg. Give you a pushback.
because
Oh,
I've had people specifically that, and I'm just using my own life that I will go off on if they get to a level of disrespect with me, and I may include, make it seem. The one thing that I can see within his rant, he identified specific people, and those people that he identified, niggas been talking about them for 3 years, how they clowns and how they do stuff just out of whatever. He identified those people, right? So again, I don't know if any of y'all have lost a loved one, especially y'all slow kids that y'all love so much, to violence. The mother today was even speaking that I was so glad that they was going to jail. She looked like she was probably 35, 40 years old, and she lost her son to two black boys. So I think when people are emotionally, I don't know how it really specifically affects people emotionally, but if they in that headspace, just like Mont said, if somebody pissed him off to a certain level, when you retaliate, if you Mont is going to talk about the LGBTQ, whatever they want to be identified as a specific. He was, I mean, in a general statement, but he was specific on the people who had identified who are clowns. So listen, he didn't say all niggas. You know what I'm saying? White people, they be like, all you niggas. It's crazy. All you niggas is da da da. But he called out specific people
Oh, he
that
called him
we
out by
call out.
name.
but
yo,
wait, no,
Yeah.
he didn't. And when he
He
And
used
so
he
and
the
so
got a
wait, wait,
little
no,
term,
deep.
when he
because
used the
this the part that I'm
term,
saying with Ferg. Ferg. What I'm
hold
saying
on,
is very
really?
specific. No, no, my bad, Willie, because I cut you off a lot of times too. My bad.
All
I'm
the
just
time, but
asking.
you my big bro. So
No, not all the time, but I will go on mute after this because I'm really trying to. Because I'm really trying to get like Ferg. Are you serious? Like, so it's not reasonable. So wait. Somebody does something for to you or says something, and that you go from responding in a measured, stoic tone to taking it to hell. And then it's not reasonable for someone to say, "Oh, that's what you was thinking the whole time." So, in other words, let's take it away from race. When you deal with people on the everyday, and and when we walk in the earth and we dealing amongst each other, and you somebody do you dirty, you low down, no good for none, dingy t-shirt wearing, braggy, woo woo woo, pop pop pop. Oh, that's what you thought about me the whole time. That's not reasonable for somebody to think that.
Yeah,
That's what you
so
thought of
great.
me the whole
So
time.
that's a
I
great point.
agree.
That's a
I
great.
agree.
No, it's
When
something
people are
So
called
what's
moving
the
free
difference
feelings,
speech.
here with Jeff
but
Metcalf?
I'm
That's what I
saying
don't
when
understand.
people
What's the
move in
difference? So now
feelings,
we say his grief is the
Hold on, hold on,
conduit.
hold on, really. I'm gonna mute you so that he can respond because he heard your question. I think it was pretty clear. So go ahead, Ferg. Respond to his
no, it's
question.
reasonable for somebody to believe that, right? I'm not disagreeing. However, right, when you're in that state of, it's almost like a state of shock. It's almost like a state of shock, and sometimes you can be the coolest person ever, but then some of y'all closest friends done did something egregious to y'all, and you just went off on them and cussed them out, and then, sometimes the victim is gonna play victim. The person that started it will hide their hand and play victim and be like, "Man, that's how you been thinking the whole time." No, I'm just responding to you doing something
So
so
this case
egregious.
dragged on for a year. He
so
got
hold
the
on, Villa.
conviction, and now all of a sudden, this is how you. Now they lift the gag order, and now this is how you respond. So that's not reasonable for me to think this is how you felt the whole time.
So I think it's reasonable for you to say that. That doesn't make it true, but it being reasonable,
Right.
absolutely.
Yes,
Well,
that's
well,
reason.
Mont, can you tell me how that wouldn't be true, given the time
So
lapse that I just defined?
yeah, so because like let's say that he reached his boiling point, right? Where he's like, "Yo, I'm going to try to be this type of person. This is who I want to be. This is who I want to how I want to show up in society. You know, I have faith in society. I have faith in, you know, that all of us people can live together in harmony, blah blah blah, all this other type of stuff." And then he gets met with so much vitriol over a long period of time. It's possible that person can be like, "All right, fuck it. I'm gonna be who you want me to be. This who you think I am. Let me act like
Reassessing a
you know
lot
that
too.
song. I should have. I should
Yeah.
have. Yes. It's. I'm just giving you a. I'm giving you why what you said is reasonable, but it doesn't have to be true because there are other potential things that could
I'm
be
a,
at play.
I'm
That's all
But
I'm
only
it
saying.
using
becomes
Jeff.
true
I'm only
though.
using Jeff
It
Metcalf, but I'm gonna
becomes
let
true.
Willie cook.
It becomes true when you make certain statements, right? And my only issue with you is you are like amicable to a fault, but I can respect that, right? Like you carry yourself a certain way, so I definitely respect your premise. But you know, a lot of times I'm saying you give a bit too much room to certain things that should just be called out. But to the conversation we're having now, yes, you do, like, context is king. So when you talk about watermelon felons and whatnot, right? Like you're speaking to a large demographic, right? Now, if you, because I've had moments where I've crashed out on Africans, right? And bush meat this, bush meat that. As a man, I'm going to say I stand on that to the people that it applies to. But I'll also stress the context of it. Like this don't apply to everybody. Like those people are typically the people that come to America and Western countries, and they're the sellouts in their country, right? A coon's a coon's a coon. So I'll try to put it in context in order to not offend certain people I wasn't shooting at. But when you do broad terms, like when I listen to Metcalf's father's speech, like the reality is he honestly opened up a nasty can of worms. Like he was very broad, very general in his statements. And yeah, the argument can be made that you're a racist. So we're not
Yeah.
surprised that, you know, what came the fruits of your home were racist too, right?
Wall Street. Quick question.
Yes, sir.
If he if he were to clarify, right? If somebody asked him, "Is that how you feel about all black people?" and he said, "No, I only feel about this about a certain portion of black people who do certain things and blah blah blah," would you accept that? Of like, oh, he's talking about a niche group of black people, like when you talk about the Bush people or
Right.
whatever we said.
So I'd say I wouldn't accept it. And the reason I wouldn't accept it is because I don't respect when you're challenged on something and fall back, right? If you create the context in your original conversation to say, no, I'm not talking about everyone, but there are certain people and yada yada. If you create the context in the original conversation, then there's no need for anyone to ask you to clarify, right? But because I listen to Papa Metcalf's whole diatribe, right? And I can respect the argument of him being upset and frustrated with a lot of things that was said about his gone son and his family, right? But yeah, I mean, I have to take you at your word. And when you speak very general in terms of being accusatory, disrespectful of groups, I'm gonna take you at your word. Like you can't come back from that with me. So no, if somebody asked him to clarify later, I wouldn't respect that. Like if it meant anything to you and you cared about offending someone, you would have made sure, right, that there was a certain context in your original conversation.
Um, I hear you. I don't. The reason I don't fully agree is because I spend my time a lot hearing what people say and helping other people understand what they actually mean, and then helping them communicate what they actually mean, right? Because most people, especially like in these spaces, especially like a lot of the women, like they don't be communicating what they mean. They bad at articulation, and they don't understand like how to clarify what they mean. So I help them do that all the time, and so I understand how it's possible for somebody to say something and not necessarily say like exactly what they mean in the moment, right? Not clarify it in the moment because they just talking.
I got you, but let
But
me
you
ask
fair
you a
though. You should show
question.
fair.
I got you, but let me ask you a question, right? Can you understand the argument from people that would say you become a vehicle, right, for a racist or a Manuspherian or whoever, right, that said something crazy? You actually become the vehicle to alleviate some of the legitimate criticism they should receive by
Do
opening up the door to be understanding. Sometimes, because like I said, like I've seen you in these YouTube streets, and sometimes you make an argument for people that's better than they could make on their own because they don't really feel that way.
yeah,
They really feel they're really disgusting people.
yeah. I think that I think that to a degree, right? It's very possible that I can make an argument and somebody be like, "Yeah, that's what I was saying," but that's not really what they were saying. Be, but I think at that point it's up to us to choose. Like, oh, that nigga lying, which is cool, right? So be like, nah, I don't believe.
And
That's
that's the
fine.
only reason I get upset with you because I'm sitting there like, no, he meant that, bro. Like
So
you're being a better defense attorney than Carmelo had. Like you're digging him out of a hole. Let me bury him in that hole. Because to me, he meant what he said. But I understand, like, having had some small conversations with you, but more importantly, listening to some of the things you said and the premise and understanding where you come from, I get your purpose, right, and what you stand on. But for
Mhm.
me, it becomes like, yo, you bailing him out. He doesn't even really deserve the amount of protection and covering you're giving him. No, let me bury him. You get what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Yeah, and
We'll let him
I
bury
guess with that,
himself.
it's like I can't pick and choose, right? Because then I'd be disingenuous. If I was like, when like the guys be like, "Oh, nigga, you just be caping for the girls," and it's like, no, I don't cape for the girls only. Like, I do this with everybody, and it's not caping. I try to understand everybody, and I think that if I start picking and choosing who I do it with, that's going to like uh, affect my credibility and what I'm actually doing. Like, so it's like, what
I,
are you
I,
actually
I can
doing?
respect that. I
You
get
know?
that.
So,
Wait, Mont, do you think this is the first time he's been able to get off that 2 hour rant?
I think
He
so,
couldn't.
right? Because he was gagged. Pause.
Yeah, it's the first time he's been able to get it out to the public. You don't think in his inner circle, with his family, with his friends, he wasn't getting all that off already?
And to add to that, right, like watermelon felons, I don't think is something he was witty enough to come up with.
But
This is
Probably
but wait,
something
but
family.
wait, but
him and
wait.
his
Hey,
friends
Willie,
used.
let me tell you this, because this is the thing, right? Because people been saying this all day about old boy. He could not wait for that gag order to be lifted because I ain't want to go over there and do no prayer with y'all to begin with. I was advised for the optics, and y'all reject. How dare y'all reject me,
And see,
right?
Rilla, this is my thing, right? Even with the amount of responsibility they're willing to put on a
You missed that part,
17-year-old
Willie.
child, right? He has a certain responsibility. Whatever you've heard, right? Represent yourself the right way. So I'm gonna accept the way you
No,
decided to represent yourself the first opportunity you got.
no, but Willie, hear what I'm saying. Jeff Metcalf, we keep making it seem like he went over to that family to be benevolent and gracious and all of the things, right? And
Right.
we see time and time again, there's puppeteers behind that. For those of you who are where Blanco at? Blanco, no, the attorneys and the publicists, and more times than not, are orchestrating that. It'll go in your
Right.
favor if you do this, which is really the title for your show, Month, right? The
I'm with
bad
you, Rilla.
decisions
First
that
chance you
the
got.
Anthony family made,
Yeah.
that cost them, right? What is lead attorney saying? Had they done this, had they been cordial with the father, right? So
Hmm.
now We making it seem like he's being benevolent when really you dirty, low down. We seen how you feel
Yeah.
about them folks.
So if I'm hearing you
You
correctly, you're saying that he has been playing the game from the beginning, and they just weren't playing the game back. They didn't play the game right
no,
back.
not necessarily. It wasn't that he even wanted to play the game, right? Because he for all intents and purposes, for the people that keep score, essentially he has the conviction. The young blood has gone away, and the sanctity of their community for the most part, and whoever's in Dallas or in that area familiar with it can confirm like that community is intact because everybody stood on business
But
from
wait,
the
Rilla.
attorney,
Mm.
from the defense attorney to the prosecution to the judge to the jurors. Everybody
But,
stood on business, and so now, let's say when this dies down, everything goes back to business as usual. But I think what I heard from him was more ego than anything because
Wow, that's crazy.
if your if your Christian values inform your response, why do we see why do we see when it comes to us and we proclaim ourselves as Christian, right? We see
Lord Jesus.
the people embracing
Hello.
Amber Guyton, right? We see like, okay, you murdered my people or whatever, whoopty woo, but can I give you a hug? Can I please give her a hug, right? You hear people saying, "Oh, I forgive this person for doing the Dylan Roof. I forgive him for doing this, that, and the third. Whoopty woo." Go ahead,
but
Fer, because I
Rilla,
see
the
you
only
itching to
Hold
get in
hold
there.
on,
problem is
real quick, guys. Who have I muted anybody tonight? Who has been muted by me?
You muted me, but I
I
understood. It ain't no
deserved
big
it.
deal.
I
I see
deserved
the
it.
I see the super chat. Shout out to
Okay,
Wolfpack.
so Wolf, I know you think you special, right? You think you special. I've been mute. Everybody done got muted at least once tonight. All right.
I deserved
Oh, go ahead.
mine. I ain't mad at
Yeah,
you.
that's why I said it ain't no big deal. I understood it.
But
But
really,
wait, Rilla though. Now at that point though, you're doing the same thing. Like you're digging him out of a hole. Like my point
Digging
is
who out of a hole?
Metcalf's dad, Jeff. Like
Where?
I'm saying everything he did initially was fake. That's not who
it,
you really were. You were doing that strategically in the best interest of the case involving your son. And the first chance you got, right, that was no longer valid or, had an effect, right? You chose to be who you truly are.
Wall Street, you ain't hear me because I essentially said the same thing. That's why Ferg was trying to itch to get in
but
there.
his, but okay. So really, this is the thing, though. The family sort of messed up their own case morally, right? And this is why I say it, right? Because whether he was faking or not, and you live in Chicago and
Mm-hmm.
y'all ain't never seen the rival family mama run over to Nug Nug's mama's
Mm-hmm.
house and
Mm-hmm.
try to make amends if y'all take
Mm-hmm.
out their little boy. But the
Mm-hmm.
fact that he was trying to do it now, if the family turned him down and didn't show that mercy in that, then the community in whole is going to look at that. Well, if y'all so remorseful, why wouldn't the parent? Because that's why I said my earlier, the parents let him down. Why wouldn't y'all show face and say, you know what, we are sorry, my son is sorry, especially with the family. And this is before the trial because people would see like, oh man, if the father's going over there, maybe it wasn't so harmful. Maybe manslaughter. He was.
He
It's a
wasn't
whole lot of
talking that
things.
though, Ferg.
No, wait,
He
But
wait, hold
this
on,
is
still
Willie.
listen,
No,
hold
no,
on
no,
real
listen.
quick.
Willie. Hold on,
Real
no,
He's
quick,
no.
real
Give
quick.
Ferg
responding
that.
after the
I
fight.
agree with
I'm
Wait.
Ferg.
talking about
No,
before the
Willie, please.
before the gag
All right, so
order.
let me disagree before you agree with him, right? Because
No,
I'm
no, no, no.
saying
I agree
I'm
with him because
saying
he
it was
doesn't
all
disprove what I'm
fake.
saying. No, no, no. Don't let him take it off Jeff Metcalf. Yo, Ferg, you're literally repositioning it back to the family. I hear you. And listen,
Right.
if it was my kid, yeah, I'm gonna play the game, whatever to get my kid out of that position. You're right. You're right, Ferg. They should have acquiesced, bowed down, kowtow,
Not
we shall
bow down,
overcome,
but at least
kumbaya,
show
all
No.
that. But
remorse.
but but here's the thing, Ferg. What does what you're saying? What does that disprove what I'm saying about Jeff Metcalf?
Wait,
It
before you even go there, Rilla,
Ah,
right? My point is
nothing.
no, right? He was offering nothing. Like putting out this pretend olive branch, you're pretending like he was looking for manslaughter instead of 99 years. He wanted all 99 years. That boy's family has no obligation or even benefit to have that conversation with him. I think the
No, they have
family
benefit to have
probably
that
knew
conversation.
better than us that it was all fake. And the
But
first chance he got to speak freely, he proved that, yeah, there was no need to talk to that father. This is what he thinks of their son. This is
Willie,
what he
that's where we
thinks of
lose.
me.
That's where you lose me from what Ferg is saying. Because do you know why Amber Guyton got 10 years instead of more? That boy came off the stand and said, "Can I please give her a hug?"
Yeah. And
Right?
the
You saw a
judge,
ton
and
of
the
remorse.
judge
Wait, you
rubbed her
saw a
hair
ton of
to the
remorse.
side. I
Now
remember.
this is was this in Dallas? This was in Dallas, right? Amber
Yes.
Guyton and both of them John was in. So you actually
Yeah,
proved it.
it was in Dallas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you proven Ferg point. That's why it's like I wanted Ferg to
No,
go.
I'm not.
Yeah, you
Right?
are, because
Because
you saying they should stand on principle and at least they got 35 instead of 40.
I'm
I'm
not even
saying
saying principle.
If Ferg saying, yeah, they could have, met the man halfway, maybe that would have gone over with the jury. We don't know. Maybe he would have got the 10. We don't know. Right. So I'm not gonna dispute that. I'm focused
Wait,
on Jeff
Rilla, I'm
Metcalf.
asking you,
I didn't
meet
say
them
what they should have
halfway
did, right?
on what? They wanted nothing good for that family's
But
son. They wanted nothing good for the Anthony family, right? One thing Amber Geiger did, she just fought her case. She didn't pretend like, oh, I'm so sorry for this family and I want to reach out to you. And like,
What?
no, that's fake. You get what I'm saying? Like she just minded her business and fought her case. I'm saying with this rant that he recently released, everything you presented, like you wanted, right, to have peace and be amicable with the family, it was all fake. You just simply did what an intelligent father would be instructed to do in order to secure your son's case.
let's say
None
it
of it
is
was
fake,
real.
though. Let's
So
say
I'm
it is
saying,
fake.
how do we criticize the Anthony family for saying, nah, he's not gonna go to the court and say, you know, I think this was actually a good young man and he needs a lesson, he needs a
But you don't.
punishment, but not
But you don't know
35
that.
years. He was
But you
never
don't know
going to
that.
do that.
That's the thing, though. If
Wait,
if a
Ferg,
person
I do
extends a
know that
branch to
because
you,
as a man, Ferg,
no, no, no. Listen,
hear what
man.
I'm saying, Ferg, and I'm gonna land right here. As a man, right? Whether that family acquiesces to me and has a conversation with me or not, as a man, if I stand on that, I stand on it, right? That was never that family's plan. That family wanted to give that boy 99 years. And what I'm saying is what he presented the first opportunity he got literally negates all of that fake crocodile tears and I want to reach out to the family and it negates all of that, right? Like the first chance he got, he chose violence. All of that peace and we need to both be understanding because we lost all of that went out the window. First chance he got.
okay. So this is why he got to. You get a gag order because you
No, coach,
overstepping
can
the
I?
boundaries up the fact. I just want to respond to this real quick, right? Okay. Tell me if in y'all neighborhoods or whatever, y'all family, where one of y'all loved ones got deleted and y'all went to the other family to try to have a conversation. No. The fact I'm saying it could have helped his whole defense if the person that's deleted family go to the and try to have a conversation and you accept to have a conversation, you can show remorse then in real time. You don't sort of say no, whether he's putting on an act or not, he's really helping your case because now he's bringing empathy and understanding to the bigger picture. Now when you
It
go to
might.
court, but I rather I'm weighing all of my options. I'm not limiting my son's life is on the line here. It's up to me to do as much as I can to make sure that his sentence is he's sentenced as minimal as possible.
All
As
right,
minimal as
cool.
possible.
So I'll accept that, right? Now, if he had ever said, right, this kid doesn't deserve to be charged with a M charge,
I'm
right?
not
Like
saying that
if
if you
he
don't meet
hold
with
on,
me.
hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. Had he ever said that, like, I don't want this family to lose this 3.7 grade average kid who has epilepsy and is dealing with his own things, right? I don't want this family to lose this boy for the rest of his life, right? Then I could respect the olive branch. He was
Willie,
never on that type of time. He
right?
was simply doing what was best for his son's case.
Where
And
did
I can even respect that as a father.
where
I'm
did they
not.
move to, Willie? Where did they move to? People in that town, this separated everybody white. What percentage of folk in that town that are white you think are racist?
Out of the what 75% of the town that's white, out of that 75%, probably about 85% of them,
I would say
to the
90,
degree of
90.
what I view as being racist.
I would say 90, 95, right? So
All right,
for me,
so we
for
on
me
the
to
same
move in,
page.
for me to move there, one, I'm letting my family down. I'm understanding. I'm going into subjugation that I wouldn't warrant if I moved somewhere else that's more diverse and more acceptable.
But
I
see,
can't.
this has been my point since the verdict was released, right? The main person that my heart hurts for, right? And the mother too, but I guess I'm a father. My heart breaks for his father because he thought he was doing the right thing, putting his kid in this white community,
Oh,
best
he felt.
schools,
His father
whatnot,
felt.
right? He thought he was doing the right thing for his kid. I think in that moment when he got what's called the N-word wake-up call, right? He knew our back is against the wall. So when you present it to me like, oh, I want to be friends and I want to have this understanding, well, what are you willing to do from the other side? Because understand, my baby's back is against the wall, right? What are you offering? If you really want to have this peace and understanding. And at no point was he saying this kid is not a criminal and should do 99 years. So at that point, what am I talking to you for? Because I understand, like I think Anthony's father understood, this is all a ploy, right? This is all fake. And I think it was solidified with the most
No, I
recent
don't think
rant
they
that he
understood
did.
that at
It was
all.
So
all fake.
Yeah, I don't
I
think they
want to
understood that
respond.
at all.
I want to respond to that. So I know for me, right? I'd like to think that I play chess, right? And I know and even not even just playing chess. Like I would have been remorseful for what happened. Like he lost his son, so I would have tried to get in touch with the father, and I would have been happy that I'm able to get in touch with the father, and he didn't like try to put a restraining order on or keep us from contacting him or something like that. And I would have absolutely tried to apologize or something, even gave him a hug or whatever, right? Like I think that I would have coached my son on like, yo, are you remorseful? Then be remorseful. Like it's okay to cry. Cry this whole fucking trial. Tell him as every chance you get how sorry you are to the parents, how sorry you are to him. You didn't want that to happen. You just was trying to defend yourself, and this is just the last thing you ever wanted to happen. And just that's all we on. That's all I'm on. That's all you on for this whole until this verdict, right?
Right.
I just
I
think that's
got
the
you, Ma.
smartest idea.
I
Yeah,
got you,
but
Ma.
we saying that with
Wait, wait,
hindsight,
wait.
and
What
we
I'm saying
also
is
have the
that
information
moment
that
can
we got.
happen if my son got 10 years, right?
No,
That
no, you
moment can
don't. Know.
happen then.
You
When
don't
my
know.
son gets, hold on, when my son gets 35 years, right? And you have a relationship with these different people who are, who have positions in Texas law and whatnot, and you literally tried to bury my son, right? To never come home, right? That moment doesn't happen then, right?
So,
So I'm saying,
real quick, Wall Street, because this is all way retroactive before that. This would have been happening way before this verdict, like a
right.
year ago.
Correct.
Thanks.
That's what you were saying,
No, but
Monty.
Yeah.
my point is the Metcalf father offered nothing
That's the
to
part you keep missing, Willie.
make me believe, right, that he doesn't want my son to go away forever, right? Had he offered that, I think he might have gotten a different response
No, no,
from
that's
the.
but the
Hold
Metcalf father
on,
has
hold
nothing to
on.
do with that, Willie. You missing it.
That's
And
what
as
we're
a
talking
father,
about.
no, listen what I'm saying, Willie. As a
Wait, do you
father,
have
that's why I conceded to Ferg. Then even Mont comes back in, and you saying,
I should stand on some type of principle.
Yes.
And if he okay, and cool. And if my son gets 35 years, then he gets 35 years. No, I'm saying I know my son gonna suffer something. If I see a case where the kid got 10 years, I see another case where the kid got 4 years but actually only served two, then yeah, for my seed, hey man, hey, hey, let's kumbaya, let's pray. I hear y'all. I'm with all of that. I'm
Yeah,
with all
but
of that. And that's what Mont is saying. What he's saying is he would have been more amicable or cordial, right, to begin with. What I'm saying is because we
Yeah.
keep taking away from Jeff Metcalf, we keep taking it away from him.
Yeah.
Okay, so the family dropped the ball. They missed it. They missed out on that opportunity.
Thank you,
I
man.
I'm saying
agree.
you're a
They.
fool if you believe that was the case,
Why would I
right?
need? Okay, listen.
At no
Do you
point,
think? Do you think Amber Geiger? I think y'all said her name is Geiger and not Guyton, right? Do you think she's still hugging? Or not? She's locked up, or she may be out now. Do you think they pen pals? Do you think the people that got taken sent to the upper room, those families, you think they still sending? They putting some on Dylan Roof commissary? No, no. All of this is for show. All this is game. All of
right?
it.
But in the Amber Geiger case,
And we
right?
the only ones, that are held to a standard where we gotta play a certain way. And listen, I'm black power to the nth power, fam. To the umpteenth infinite, right? But this idea that at some point we don't gotta play the game is crazy to me. I'm not gonna let my son because the truth of the matter is the family got bad advice as soon as they froze that GoFundMe account. They got bad advice. So they lost that attorney. They had to hire another attorney. And that attorney or that team or whoever been around them has been giving them bad advice from the jump.
But wait, Villa, I'm saying you're
I
going
just
too
don't want to
far
let
with
Jeff
it, right?
Metcalf
What
off
I'm
the hook. And I
saying
feel like
is,
we
I'm
keep
like, is you talking
crucifying the
about?
what?
family.
Hold
But
on,
hold
hold on.
on,
Don't pause me,
but
Mark.
what I'm
Don't pause me.
saying, Rilla,
No, hold
is
on, hold on. I
the
waited long enough.
family
Pause me
did
out. No.
play the game. Hold on, give me a moment, bro. The family did play the game. They didn't come out saying this kid was a monster, right? This kid was racist, right? They never did that. They played the game from their side of the board, right? That doesn't mean that they have to acquiesce to a side that doesn't have their baby's best interests in mind. They
It don't
played the
matter
game.
what his interest. It don't matter what his interest was. We playing chess. You lose. I want to. I want to win. You know. I don't care
No,
what you
but that, but
truly
that,
want to
but
do.
but
Yes,
them
but I'm
winning.
saying
Hey, man,
sacrificing
them
my
winning. No, no, no.
queen,
This the part that no, no, no,
sacrificing my queen
no.
for
Will,
no
this what you
benefit
missing.
does
Me
not
playing chess
benefit me on
is
that
in the
board.
best interest of my child. That's the part you missing, brother. See, you talking, you really talking the whole time from ego, your personal ego. And me playing chess is making sure. Ferg, what do we tell our sons? Hey, your mission is to come home.
Come
10
on, get
2.
on.
10 2.
Stay alive.
10 and 2. Yes, sir. Here's
Bring
my
it down.
registration. Here's my license. Here's my insurance. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm not litigating. You're not litigating your traffic ticket on the
Yeah,
street. Your
yeah. I can
job
pay
is
a
to
ticket.
get home.
Yeah, I can pay a
Period.
ticket,
So
We'll
number
fight
and
that
we
in
one,
gonna work
court.
it out.
We'll fight that
number
in court. We
one.
just learned today 62% of those, well, not 62%, 12% of those tickets get thrown out.
Yeah, get thrown out if you show
So
up.
wait, number one, right? I
Willie go
don't
down
think.
that hill.
No, I'm saying I don't think like the
Shout out to New
family
York.
did anything that wasn't in their son's best interest. This
Hmm.
whole idea, right?
Wow.
That if
What?
they
Well, you missed
let
the
me
whole thing, man.
let me finish for a second, right?
Wait,
This
Willie, I
whole
just want you to say
idea,
that again for the
this
audience. You said you
I
don't think
don't
they
think
did
they did anything
that wasn't
outside
in
of
their
the
son's best interest.
Wow, it's crazy.
Do you think listening to Charleston White was in their best interest?
They sold Charleston. Charleston White
so
said they
these
sold
aren't
him
the
the
things
car.
I'm talking about.
Yeah,
No, I'm asking.
I'm keeping it
I'm
very
ready now. Yo,
specific.
What up?
I'm keeping it
Uh-oh.
very specific to the false olive
My man.
branch that was offered, right? I don't think, I think even if they met with Austin Metcalf's dad and they cried on each other's shoulders, right? So what?
Willie,
You
Willie,
still
how
getting
does
35.
accepting
Hold
that, Willie?
on.
How does
Oh
Hold
accepting that?
snap!
on, AR.
How
Please,
do
can I
you've been
finish, brother?
talking? You've been saying the same shit.
I
How does
never mind.
accepting that branch? How does
What up,
accepting
AR?
that
I ain't know you
quote
was up
unquote?
here now. God,
I'm not gonna be up here long. I got a my girl trying to go
all
to sleep
good,
and
all
shit.
good. Happy
Um,
Friday to you.
Happy Friday, man. Willie, they're trying to. What everybody's trying to get you to understand, and somehow you're not understanding, is what does accepting that, as you put it, fake olive branch? How does that harm their son's case? The only thing it can do is either be neutral or benefit him because it's showing some type of remorse. It's showing something. That is all they're saying. So you
So
keep
I
on
can
saying it's a fake
understand
olive
that.
branch, and nobody's saying otherwise. They're just saying that even though it's fake,
Got you.
it can be part of the game. And if a juror sees that, or someone that might talk to a juror, whatever the case may be, in the public eye, that is going to be sentimental to them. And that's going to be, at best, beneficial for their son, and at worst, neutral for their son. No one's going to see them hug and be like, yeah, I'm going to give his son more time now.
Got you. And so let me be abundantly clear since I won't have much time. I think you are goofy. If you think, right, that father going and crying with that dad and hugging him would have avoided that boy from getting 35 years. I think you're a goofy if you believe that, right? This family wasn't talking about trying to lessen this young man's sentence because they still believe in him or nothing like that. Like they weren't talking 10 years. No matter how much you cry on Jeff Metcalf's shoulder, right? He still wanted that boy to get 99 years. That wasn't changing, right?
Yo,
So I'm
hold on.
saying
You do this.
I'm not
It's
gonna hold
much.
on.
Yo,
I'm
hold on.
saying I'm
Yo,
not
you
gonna
had too much mic.
demonize. Let me just land right here.
Too much mic.
I'm saying I'm good, brother.
No, for real. I'm about to be out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. Pause. What I'm saying, right? Y'all brothers, peace out. But I wanna leave y'all with this. I don't want to sit up here. If I'm not part of the solution, I'm part of the problem, right? I'm
Mm.
just sitting here. I don't want to be here dead weight. Somebody else can come up and say something dope. But what I'm saying, I hope so. But we need discipline. We need to be more disciplined. Lesson to be learned from this stuff. We can talk about this till a nauseum. But we need to do better. We got to do better. We got to do
We
better.
all agree with that, but that has nothing to
No,
do
no,
with the
yes, no,
conversation
yes,
we're
no.
having
Everything
right
do
now.
no. That's the problem. What you saying is that is the solution. I'm a problem solver. Everything that I do is problem solving. I was
Mm.
built to be a problem solver. That is
So
what I'm
again,
built
sir,
for. I was made to be that.
when you bring up
And I hate
more
when people tell me no
discipline,
to not do
when you
that. No.
bring up more discipline,
Hold
I
on,
can
ski
apply
mask.
that
Hold
to
on, ski mask.
Carmelo.
Hold on, ski.
Constructicon, you
Hold
good,
on, but
bro?
you cut me
I'm
off to
not.
say a bunch of nothing.
No, you
I'm gonna
cut
be
me
short.
off
I'm quick.
because
Ask
I
my wife.
talking weight
I'm
and I'm
quick.
about to be out, and I'm not
No,
even
you are
mad at
not
you.
quick, Willie.
I'm not even exactly. This nigga has a microphone. You know what I'm
Willie
saying?
stupid.
Forever, ever.
Come on. Forever,
Yeah,
ever?
forever.
Yo,
Yep. But I'm being to
the,
be out. I just want to say peace and love, brothers.
Peace,
All
family.
right, man.
Man, I'm out. I'll be in the chat.
Hey,
Yo, Rob,
Constructicon, you still
you
doing
should
Let
do
the
Rosetta
hey,
gentleman.
Stone.
hey
Blanco,
Let the
Constructicon, you still
yo,
doing graphics and
hold on,
stuff
bro.
like
Go
that?
ahead, Blanco, man. Let Blanco go, man.
Ma, you're doing a good job. I love y'all
Yeah,
all.
because we went
This nigga, man.
completely away from the point, right?
yo,
The point
I
is,
believe. Hold on, Willie.
go ahead, brother.
Hold on. The thing is, I get what you're saying. Doing like a fake, a stage reunion in a way that wouldn't do absolutely nothing, bro. You see
That's
how
my
this
point.
man, you see how this man Metcalf is talking, bro. And I'm glad he actually did that interview. This man ain't talking like this because people made him. Black people made him, bro. This is something that is in him for a very long time.
Thank
Okay.
you, Poppy.
Yes, his son died. Yes, we understand that, right? However, the way he was talking about people is in him, bro. So
Watermelon
all this
felons.
we doing Monday morning quarterback, which is very easy for us, man. But like we gotta use reality, bro. We gotta use reality, man. There
Thank
is no way in hell when that man show up to the it was like a press conference, right? When
you.
the
Yep.
MEFCA, it's a press conference, right? when the lady was when the Carmelo mama was talking. That was a press conference, like whatever that was, right? When that white man show over there, there is no way that anybody with a thinking brain gonna think that a white man was coming over there to hug it out and pray. There is no way people would believe that, bro. I wouldn't take it that way. And matter of fact, I will take it that that man is coming over there for blood, homie. Yo, they just put your son in the dirt. I'm going to think that you're gonna come put one of us in the dirt. That's the way I would
Okay.
take it. I'm sorry. That's
Okay.
just what it is.
And Poppy, Okay. here's the point I was making, right? Like,
Poppy is
look
crazy.
at the standard that this family is held to, right? The one thing they didn't do, they didn't say, we think your son is a racist piece of S, right? We think like they didn't dog
I
pile on
don't
the
even
kid,
understand why we
even,
arguing this.
even, hold on, even in the case, right? Which in my opinion was the failure of the defense. They never demonized that kid, right? So now, even after doing that, right, failing to demonize the kid to protect your kid, right? Like it's still not enough. It's
That's not
still
what's
not
being
enough.
said. No, no, no. Nobody's saying that. And actually, I'm about to drop down because I'm mad that y'all moved it off Jeff Metcalf. Now we scrutinizing what the family did, right? Because that point came up for no reason. But AR for Blanco, and I Blanco, I know you've been listening, but AR made a valid point. At the very best, it's a neutral, right? So say all that happens and the jury doesn't see it. Nobody's impugning the Anthony's because that happened. You talking about the difference. Again, this the other thing, right? I hate that people who was also saying something about the daddy moving from Baton Rouge to Frisco, okay, to provide a better
For
life.
real?
That man had an opportunity for his family. I lived in Atlanta for 20 years. I could have been spoiled in Atlanta to this day right now, right? I moved to Detroit because I thought there was an opportunity there and then moved back to Chicago 2 years later because I wanted to be close to family and I had connected with my, future wife by then, right? The fact that he moved his family from Baton Rouge to Frisco. Yeah, there was a conversation on this panel earlier, right? And I don't know if people are still up here, but there was conversation about the fact that the father failed the son, failed his family because he moved them to Frisco in a majority white neighborhood.
Well, who said that dumb shit? That's
I
very
can't
dumb.
You
remember,
move
bro, but
to
it was up here.
why
I
would you
wouldn't
move
say
your
that's
family
dumb.
to a racist community?
So
Oh,
so so
dang,
It's
let
that
me
was
get
valid.
this
Ferg.
right.
Oh,
Let,
dang,
If
Ferg, I ain't know
you
that was
if you
you.
know
let,
if you
let,
hold
let,
on,
let me
if
get this
this
right.
black
This
man
guy
got a
started doing well in
Oh,
life.
Ferg.
why
So,
Oh,
so
come on
let me get this
man.
I ain't
right.
know that
Y'all
was
niggas
you.
Let
don't
me get this
research where
right.
y'all
This
moving.
guy,
Let me answer him,
Damn.
Poppy.
this guy,
Ferg.
this
Go ahead,
guy
Poppy.
started doing. This guy started
Finna go in the
doing
clouds in a
okay
second.
in
Go ahead,
life.
y'all got it.
Move his family to the suburb. Now he failed his goddamn kid. Y'all niggas is crazy, bro.
So
Hold up.
Y'all niggas is
Poppy,
Hold up.
so
Did,
Poppy, right? As a man that's done that
it's crazy.
with a black boy, right, that I'm raising, I have dealt with similar, right? I haven't dealt with a M case, right? But I have dealt with a fight where the white kid isn't even suspended and they're considering expelling my kid. And so now I gotta go in front of the superintendent and y'all's the boss and we's gonna be good and make that argument, right? That is a valid conversation
Well, why you
for
ain't
it.
homeschooling your
Hold on, hear
kid?
what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. That's not a conversation for all black people, right? That's a conversation for fathers like uh Carmelo Anthony's father, right? You
Wow.
think you're doing the best for this black kid by putting him in a school zone that has everything and is fully funded and they have a robotics program and whatever else, right? But the reality is he's surrounded, depending on where you stand socially,
Man,
by
that's crazy
opps.
that you saying that, Willie. This boy was in his senior year. He's in
Listen,
his senior
man.
year with a 3.7 GPA. Y'all telling me the father failed him.
I'm
Listen.
That's
not saying,
crazy.
wait, Rilla,
Man,
Rilla.
let me
Let
get
me be
ready to
very,
drop
hold
down
on.
because
This
that's
is
crazy.
important. Rilla, don't go nowhere because this is important. I'm saying that was never my claim that the father failed him. My heart breaks for the father who thought he was doing everything right. At the
Man,
end
come
of the
on,
day,
man.
that boy ended up with 35 years, right?
Why would you?
So hold on,
Good.
hold on, right? So for
Keep it in the
every,
check. That's
hold
not your
on,
argument then.
that is
You
Brother.
my
actually should be
argument. Let me make
quiet,
the
Willie.
argument. Give me a second, brother. Let me make the argument. I told you I'm quick. Ask my wife,
Boy, you ain't,
right?
you
Like,
still
what I'm
talking.
saying
Go.
is this. Go ahead, Ferg. Did you get that musket license, Ferg? Because I've been
Yeah,
waiting
I
to
got it,
ask you
man.
that,
Yeah, I
right?
got it, man. Let me jump in because I'm gonna jump out.
Go
This
ahead,
is why I
Ferg.
say that, right? Because y'all smart. Y'all niggas went to No Kid Left Behind education, right? You know of these racist communities wherever you live at in y'all city, state.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago is one of the races in the country.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there's certain places you know not to go. And if you do go, you get take care of business and get through. The fact
Mm-hmm.
that listen, all money ain't good money, all opportunity ain't good opportunity. Because if I got a son who's doing pretty well where he's at, he's doing pretty well. And I move him to a known racist town, then
Mm-hmm.
by moving him there, I have to give him a weapon. I have to,
Now,
not. It wasn't good enough. If I was in my own, yes, maybe I commute, but I won't put my children and my family in a position where I know it's racist white folk, and then they're gonna have to defend themselves when they outside with
now
racist
stop right
white
there,
folk.
Ferg, real quick. What I want Rilla to understand is I'm not making that argument, right? I'm saying outside of this incident, right? That black father, Mr. Anthony, right? He did what was right by his family, right? Outside of this incident, this kid goes to school. He goes to a PWI. He bones all the white chicks, right? I'm not making that argument that going into these
But
communities,
you keep tethering it to outside of this incident.
wait, stop. Just hear what I'm saying, right?
Okay, I'm trying. I
I
really am
am
trying.
literally a father in not as much of a similarity as Collin County, right? But yeah, like black kids in my son's school are a minority, right? It's not like
Okay.
he's being raised where you and I were raised, Rilla. I'm not making that argument that the father failed the kid. I'm saying that's a realistic conversation that now fathers like
But why
me
wouldn't you let the
and hold
person that
on,
made the
fathers like
argument have the
me and
conversation?
Carmelo Anthony's father, we have to reconsider. We have to, you know, have real conversations about is this what's best for our babies? That was my only point. I was
No,
never
but that's
making
a
the
different.
argument that his father failed him by putting him in a great district. Like that's kind of
But
the
Willie,
point
I don't think
that
you're
Ferg
following the
is making.
conversation, my brother. The person, because I couldn't even remember who made the argument. The person that said no, that was me, owned it, and then you jumped in. Why?
No, Ferg was making that point, right? He was
Right. So
saying
why would you jump in?
because I am a father in a very similar
I'm a
situation.
father. Blanco's a
So hold on,
father.
hear what I'm saying.
Mont's a father.
Wait.
Trey's a
That's
father.
irrelevant. That's irrelevant, and you're cutting me off. I'm saying I'm a father in a similar situation as Carmelo's dad, right? My child goes to a similar type of school where he's outnumbered, right? That may not always be the best thing to do. That's the point that Ferg was making, right? You put your kid in this school thinking it's better, and you actually put him in a position where he's easy prey for the ops. I understand that argument. I don't agree with it. So I'm more in line with what you're saying. So I just wanted to be clear. I'm not demonizing the father. I think the father thought he was doing what was best.
Yeah,
But when your kid ends up with 35 years, was that really what was best for him? Was that better? Or being raised in Chicago or Baton Rouge or Harlem
that's
or
a whole
wherever?
different conversation. To be honest, I would have much rather heard the person that made the argument make their argument, and then we could all come in and say, because I agree. I'm in the similar. My daughter went to Douglasville, graduated with IB, right? Speaks French fluently and Mandarin fluently, right? She's in the Air Force. All of those things. I could tell you about the microaggressions that she had while she was out there. being a chocolate girl and being told, and having me having to deal with the whole, oh, you look good for a dark skinned girl, right? So I could have that conversation, but I think it was the right decision, for her to be out there because of how she has excelled. I certainly would want to hinge everything on a mistake and say, well, that was the wrong decision. But I would have, all I'm saying, Willie, and respectfully, I'm just saying, I do respect how you have raised your family, how you stand on business for family and your wife, and what you've been able to do with your seeds. I think they'll be productive members of society, all of those things, fam. But I just would have rather
Yeah, but
heard the person that made the argument for him moving his family from Baton Rouge to Frisco. I would have rather heard them say why that was a bad idea.
yeah, but that's a crazy statement to say, man. To say that this man, what is the father name? Mr. Anthony. Mr. Anthony failed his kid by taking him to the supper, man. And that's a dumbass state, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm
Right.
sorry, bro.
And that's what I wanted to clarify. That's not what I'm saying
So
at
so
all.
so if you stayed in the hood or in the projects, you failed them. Now you taking them to the suburb, which is better education. You know what I mean? Clean roads, clean air, no shootouts, no drug
Right.
dealing. Some way, somehow you failed them too.
Well,
Really,
Poppy,
so
I
where you got to
got you.
take them at? You got to take them where to be an astronaut or something?
No,
Like
but
that's the only place.
Poppy, the response to that, right? Again, as a father that's done the same. I'm not demonizing that father, but I'm saying what I understand that that father has to deal with now, was it worth it? Right? Like, did I make the right decision? Right? And I can understand that concern, right? I'm not demonizing the father at all, right? I think he 100% thought he was doing what was best for his child. And again, outside of this situation, I think he did do what was best for his child. I think outside of this situation, Carmelo goes on to a PWI, gets a great job, all of that, right? So I'm not even
freaky
making the
accident, bro.
argument. I'm not even making the argument that this
Bad
is the most
decision,
likely
Bronco.
thing to happen. So I'm not demonizing the father at all. I'm simply saying my heart breaks for him.
No, but I'm saying not even outside of the situation. Right? Again, he went there for. We talk about men being the providers. He went out there for an opportunity to provide better for his family.
I agree.
This happened, and it's actually the decision of ill-advised decision of his son. Right? Okay, so that part we got to deal with. I don't know
This is a
how
freaky
any of this.
accident, bro.
I agree
Yeah.
that part too, right? I just don't understand how any of this moves off of Metcalf.
Exactly. And I'm glad you say that. And you can tell that this white man had that in his heart.
Yeah.
Okay? And yes, listen, it's three people that want to tell you the truth in life. What is the first one?
Your parents.
No,
Kids,
a baby, yeah,
kids, people that are mad as hell,
And people
and
that are
drunk,
and
drunk.
yeah,
drunk people.
yes,
That man was obviously drunk.
yes.
That man was obviously drunk, and we agree on that. He was. You can tell he
I
had a
don't
few.
agree with that.
No, from
No,
what
he,
I
he had a
seen,
few.
yes,
He had a
yes.
few, bro. He
But
felt
Poppy, I'm
comfortable.
saying, hold
He,
on,
he, he
Poppy,
was.
real quick, one sentence, right? There's also the term that says a drunk mind speaks a sober heart, right? So what he was speaking, if we're going on that, right, that he had a few, that's who he really is.
And yes, and that's what I'm going, right? Because people is saying, I was earlier on another panel, right? People were saying like, well, somebody came trying to cap for that white man, right? They were like, well, you gotta understand, he was grieving because they happy his baby boy, blah blah blah, bro. What that man say, bro, that's something that it doesn't happen just because you saw a couple of tweets, bro.
I
You had
agree.
that in your heart. That's what you think of black people. Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
With
That's
a
why you
mellow
have all that shit.
felonies.
That's why you have all that shit ready. Or the baby mamas and the father is not in the hunt and all this bullshit, right?
Right.
And calling. Yo, did y'all notice when he almost drowned the nigga word?
Yeah,
He cut
I
himself.
peeped that.
Yo, he cut himself. He cut himself, bro. He cut himself, bro. Yo, Fang, and listen, man, it's very easy, bro. I know it was an unfortunate
Poppy, he
situation,
said to
man.
himself,
Blah
"Don't say
blah
the N
blah.
word. Just say
However,
watermelon
that boy.
felons."
Hold on one second, bro. However, all this shit happens because that boy. Which one was the one that got clapped? Austin or Hunter? Which one?
Austin.
Austin, right? Because that boy
Yeah.
Austin didn't want to keep his hands to himself. And by listening to the father, I can tell if you listen to the father, he got some sort of superiority, kind of like, you know what I mean? He's
I
want to
agree.
sound like he's superior. So
So,
now
so
you can
Poppy,
see
let
the
me
kid.
ask you.
Hold on, bro. God damn it, my nigga. You killing my clip,
My
bro.
fault. My fault.
Yo, listening to the father, you can tell, right, that then kids got some of that in them. That's why those kids, those twins, felt very comfortable
Right.
getting on that boy Carmelo face because they think that they were superior than Carmelo. They went three stairs to push talk about. You know what a lot of people don't know either? That Carmelo was on that thing before the twins came in there, bro. He was there
Yeah.
before,
Yeah.
right?
They in the testimony they came down the hill to confront him.
Exactly, three
Yeah.
stairs down.
Yeah.
So what happened was that them boys got the same thing that what their father got. Superiority. They feel like they superior from colored people, fam. And let's call it what it is. They got on Buddy face, and Buddy Carmelo wasn't having it. I'm sorry. That man kind of walking to his own demise, bro.
Now,
Yeah, that
peep
can
it,
happen.
Poppy. I want to ask you a question because I agree with everything you just said. Right. So now the question then becomes: does it benefit the family, right, to sit there with someone who you believe, right, a couple months ago, you believe he's lying, right? But now he's confirmed it for you with the watermelon felons and everything else. He's everything you thought he was. What benefit would it have been to Carmelo for his family to give them more traction by saying, "Oh, we feel your pain," and it's that like it was no benefit to Carmelo's family. And what I'm saying is the one thing we can't say that Carmelo's family did at any point to their own detriment, right, was try to demonize that kid. So now, even after they didn't do that, they're still at fault for not accepting the fake olive branch,
Well, you
right?
gotta understand, like it's all about narrative when it comes to these cases, right? It's because you have the jury. The jury is who you give a fuck about. Everybody, you don't give a fuck about nobody else, but the jury. How can I control optics? How can I humanize my son? How can I control the narrative and frame it and create our own framing, right? And in that, I want them to look at my son as a kid who didn't have who did something that he didn't want to do, but it was his only option, right? And I want them to look at me as like a remorseful parent, a parent who tried his best. However, you can't always control your children and what they do. You know, you get called at work saying that your son stabbed somebody. You like, what the? My son did what? Right? Like, I want them. I want to. I want to touch them in that way to make them think that, make them feel they're like, yo, this is a human. This could have been me. This could have been my son. Right? So
Right,
I
but here's
just
the
control the
problem,
narrative.
Mont. Here's the problem, Mont. I agree with you when it comes to the court of public opinion, right? But even with these jurors, they're not supposed to be swayed by things that they've seen. What I'm saying to you is meeting that father, when you can look across the board and see he's only doing this in the best benefit, right, of the case he's trying to create to get what he considers justice for his son, I'm not gonna fuel that fire. I'm not gonna do it. And again, I didn't do anything wrong. I still never demonized that boy, but
Who?
somehow the Anthony family is still held to the standard that they didn't meet this
Wall
white
Street.
man. Go
Would
ahead.
you do it if it meant Would you do it if it meant that your son get a better outcome?
Absolutely.
Okay, but I guess you think that he just would not get a better outcome if he did it.
What,
Absolutely.
real quick,
Correct.
Mont, would you do it if
Correct.
the potential was there for your son to get a better outcome?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the potential is there.
I don't agree with that.
But it doesn't matter
Where?
whether you agree. You should go.
No, I'm
Even though I
asking
don't
you
believe this,
where.
I would still do it.
I'm asking you where is the
What? All right. So
better
what is the negative
potential?
outcome? What is the negative outcome for you giving him a hug?
I'm not saying there's a negative
Okay,
outcome, but
so
I
there's no
could
negative
hold
at
on,
all.
but I could no. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying there's
When,
no
as it
negative
pertains to
outcome.
your son's sentencing.
Hold on, hold
Sentencing.
on. I'm saying there can still potentially be a negative outcome. The likelihood that it would be more negative than positive, I'll give you that.
What's the
Right?
negative?
That hold
And
on.
what's the ratio? Because yeah, sure, everybody's gonna agree. Yeah, it's there's a 1% chance that
Let me
you go to
respond when you're
hug and
done.
then y'all fight or something, and then it's a negative outcome. Sure, but just to say
No,
like,
that's not my argument.
okay, so what is the negative outcome?
The negative outcome is you are now giving some credence to the fact that this family is a decent family, right? Is not racist, right? Actually is hurting for your son, right? If that's not the case, then what's the benefit of me talking to that family, right? Unless now, if you're saying,
No,
right?
that bully. That's
Hold on,
fine,
hold
man.
on. Let me
That's no,
land here.
that's
Let me
fine,
land here.
man.
Let
You
me
landed already,
land. Let
dude.
me
We listen.
land.
We heard you, my
Let
guy.
me land. You
We
keep saying we heard you, but you're
goodness.
asking me questions.
So
So let me land. What I'm saying is, if the father was saying, I don't believe that this child is a monster. I don't believe he should be put away for the rest of his life. If the father was standing on that, then yes, I am completely in line with everything y'all are saying, right? What you are asking me to do, right, is come across the line, give you guys the semblance of being decent parents and loving, caring people,
how long
right?
you gonna
With
go on?
no benefit to my child.
You just
And I ain't
regurgitating the
with it.
same stuff. All right, so that's fine. So you agree that the odds of it being a positive outcome than a negative outcome, it's more likely that it's a positive outcome than a negative outcome, correct?
No, I don't
You
agree
just
with
said
that.
that like 2 seconds.
I
All
never
right.
said that. What I said
You said I'll
was
give it to you.
what I
Pause.
said was he was gonna get 35 years regardless. Right? Nothing about meeting that family was gonna prevent that baby from getting 35 years. That's my only point. Now,
All right, hold on,
if
hold on. Let's AR, go ahead, get back in there. Pause.
Nah, that was crazy. Nah, he's just lying. He literally just said I'll give you that it's
I didn't
more
say
likely that it'll
that.
be a positive outcome than a negative
I didn't
outcome. He
say
just
that.
said that.
What,
I didn't
what,
say that.
hold on, Willie. What I will say is, I do think that it's a little bit audacious. The position of, well, what is this father going to do for me if I show remorse and my son shows remorse, right? Because whether we like it or not, your son, the son in this scenario, killed somebody else, right? So you're working from a deficit. So the idea of like, this what this nigga gonna do for me is a little bit like a little bit crazy.
I disagree. I think
The
if
thing,
I think if the Metcalf father was saying this kid shouldn't get the maximum amount of time, right? Then yes, at that point, right, it is